For a while today. Officials say it was experiencing a high volume of traffic on Election Day, and it's back to what officials say is full functionality. Some counties are already reporting results, and there will be other counties that take longer because they still have voters in lines. But typically by midnight, the Secretary of State's office says it has 90 plus of the 95 counties that have reported election results to the Secretary of State's office. And already it looks like Trump is taking Tennessee. Tense moments at the U.S. Capitol building today. Police closing the visitor center following the arrest of a man trying to enter the building who officers say smelled like fuel and had flammable items in his backpack. Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger says it's unclear if the man was planning to light himself or items in his book bag on fire, but an investigation's ongoing.
He had papers with him that he said his intent was to deliver them to Congress.
Chief Manger doesn't think it's anything related to the election. And turning to sports, the first college football playoff rankings have been released. Unbeaten Oregon, the number one team in the first rankings released by the College Football Playoff Selection Committee today. The Ducks followed by Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, and Texas in the top five. Penn State at 6, Tennessee at 7. Then Indiana, BYU, Notre Dame, Bama, and Boise State round out the top 12, which would compete in the newly expanded playoff at season's end. That's the latest news. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Past the hour of 7 o'clock, Brian Wilson for the Wilson County Fairgrounds, along with Dan Mandis, Matt Murphy, and Chris Hand. We've just gotten a whole bunch of new states that have come down. Guys, a little pro tip here. I'm finding that the Fox News website is giving us the information way ahead of Fox News. So I can now report to you the following states have been called by Fox News on behalf of Donald Trump.
All right.
You ready?
Let's go.
South Carolina.
Yep.
Florida. Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Missouri, Indiana, and, of course, the great state of Tennessee.
I think the crowd at the Ag Center likes that one best.
Yeah,
Yes.
and for the state of for the Kamala Harris campaign, they have called Illinois and I think also Vermont. So if you're keeping track at home in the Electoral College count, it is now 105 for Donald Trump, 72 for Kamala Harris. But I got to tell you, I think we're still waiting on any kind of substantial numbers out of Georgia. In Georgia, with 35% of the vote in, Donald Trump 56.5%. Kamala Harris, the number's just updated on me. Hold on. In the state of Georgia, it is 56.5% for Trump. 42.9, 43% for Harris. So Trump leads by, well, the actual number vote, he's got 1,077,000, and she's got 819,000. Looking at North Carolina, only 7% of the vote in so far. Right now, Kamala Harris 55.2, Trump 43, but it's early again, not much going in. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, it's tighter than you might imagine. 27% of the electorate has reported in. It is Harris 51, Trump 46%. That's a very strong showing in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And let's go up here and just check New Hampshire just because. Harris 55, Trump 43. So I think, listen, we're off to a good start. I like what I'm seeing in Georgia. I like what I'm seeing in North Carolina, but we really don't have many numbers in, and it's too much to extrapolate much there. But a good start here. I don't think there's anything here that was unexpected as it looks right now.
And that's always going to be the question. Okay, so this is all, as far as I can tell, fairly predictable. So when we start seeing, the actual numbers from Atlanta, Fulton County, Georgia, and some of those other states that everybody's pointing to, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, some of those districts in Virginia where, there's some of those districts, I think it's Virginia 7, where they say that that's one of those districts, and you may have more on this, Virginia 7, where it is a very diverse district, and they think that that's one of those districts in Virginia that is kind of like a bellwether for how some of the nation will fall. One of
the places you always looked, and when I worked in Washington D.C., we did a lot of coverage of Virginia politics, of course, because it's right next door. And one of the counties you look at is Loudoun County, Virginia. And as Loudoun County goes, often the state goes, so that's one to watch there. In Pennsylvania, only 5% of the vote in. It's a very lopsided number. It doesn't mean much because I assume this is coming from the metropolitan areas. They have Harris at 76%, Trump at 22%, but that is with only 5% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was doing some county-by-county breakdown as you were talking there, Dan, particularly in the state of Florida. Miami-Dade went to Trump by about 10 percentage points. Broward was a skinny win for Harris, and that is a Democrat county. And Palm Beach County, or Palm County, also went for Harris, but that was only by a margin of about 8 percentage points, and that is statistically a Democrat county as well. So all of these are just bell cows for the expectation that Donald Trump's going to do well in other parts of the country, like North Carolina, like Georgia when we start getting those numbers in, and obviously like the much-watched Virginia and on up the coast to Pennsylvania and even over to Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
All right. So we continue to watch the results sort of trickle in. I don't know, guys. I think it's a good start on the night. As I look at it, nothing that I look here, I say, well, there are no real surprises on the map. And a real slugfest, it would appear, in North Carolina. So that's the headline, I think, at this particular hour. Again, the numbers are coming in so slowly from North Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, it's odd that, states just do it differently. We saw, and Chris Hand and I were talking off air about Florida and the speed in which Florida voting came in. A lot of those early votes already tabulated. Georgia has gotten up to about 36% in now, and Trump has a fairly sizable margin lead there. But in North Carolina, only about less than 8% in, and Trump's down in North Carolina by a considerable amount, about 8 percentage points there as well. So, I just figured out how to zoom in and out on my county map, so I can give you some more county data too. So that's good.
For what it's worth, betting markets, this is from Fox News, betting markets have shifted towards a Donald Trump win after the first set of results were called in the presidential election. You got now Donald Trump has reached 65% in these betting markets. Kamala Harris stands at 35%. They say it comes after the former president secured victories in Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, while Kamala Harris has won Vermont, according to the Associated Press. So, and I don't know, Chris, what do you think about the whole betting markets thing? You and I have spoken on the air about this. Some people will say it's not that big of a deal. Other people will say this is where the money is. So this is where the real information is.
I think you can go either way, and you can make the argument either way. While it is interesting to see where people are putting their money, you can also swing this thing with a large bet very, very quickly. And big Dem donors could do that. And right now, Polymarket has him sitting at 68% chance of winning, Kamala Harris at 31.9. I don't want to say that that's completely off. I think that's probably closer to the truth than some of the polls we've seen.
Oh, the polls, and I don't really know what to make of the polls at this point. Those are really behind us now until we do sort of the autopsy on the polling in this election, because now we're actually open and we're counting ballots. But I think that will be interesting to see as the night goes on, how close was the polling to reality? Because I think the polling was all over the place, and especially that Des Moines, Iowa poll. And Brian, I don't know where you were at with that whole Des Moines, Iowa poll that came out over the weekend, but to me, that just smacked of a suppression poll.
I don't want to ascribe ill motives, because she is very respected and has a great reputation. Ann Selzer is the pollster out of the Des Moines Register, and she's been pretty good. Every once in a while, you just get a fluke poll. Who knows what's going to happen there? But I mean, there was another poll that came out within hours that said Donald Trump is leading in Iowa by 10 points. And then I heard a very interesting analysis. If you look at Iowa and you look right across the Mississippi River into Wisconsin, it's very much the same kind of voters. They are ideological cousins, Iowa and Wisconsin, and they weren't picking up any of that in Wisconsin. Now, it is true that in the state of Iowa, the abortion issue, because of the congressional races, has become a very big issue, and it may be skewed. I mean, I'm not real worried about Iowa. It's 6 electoral college votes. If you lose Iowa because of something that nobody saw coming, it doesn't break my heart, as long as we continue to do well in these other states.
I think that whole poll was nothing but geared to try to get people excited for Kamala Harris, because let's face it, Donald Trump has been doing really well, although in the last couple of weeks, Harris has been making a bit of a comeback. But that just seemed like they were trying to add some rocket fuel to it, and I think it had maybe the opposite effect.
Well, the reason I would say that I quibble with that only a little is that these pollsters take their reputation, especially she does, very seriously. She wouldn't throw that out there.
She was
What
called
is
a
her
maverick.
reputation?
Yeah. She was called
amongst who? Her reputation amongst whom? The rest of the media that's 95% liberal? Those people?
At the end of the day, there'll be an accounting of who was right and who was wrong.
By who, Brian? Nobody holds these pollsters to account, no matter how many times they got it wrong. They got it wrong in 2016. They got it wrong in 2020. Who has been held to account in 2016 or 2020 for the poll?
We can say
nobody.
Well,
they never hold them to account.
Well, are you mad at me, Pat? Or are you mad at me?
No, I'm just sick of hearing about the reputation of pollsters who consistently get it wrong in favor of the Democrats every time.
Well, okay, but Ann Selzer in Iowa has been right year after year.
By show of hands, who knows who Ann Selzer is in this room? 3 people.
All I'm saying is I'm talking about a specific pollster, Matt, and the specific pollster has a reputation of getting it right.
Whom?
You can look at her record.
Who has
can I-
who
can I-
holds her
can
in
I
high
All
speak?
kinds of people who look at it. You
Hold
just
on,
never look at the
hold on,
polls.
I thought that poll smelled like somebody getting a check on the way out the door, heading into retirement.
look,
I'm not mad at you, Brian. I'm just this concept that the pollsters are held to some high standard or account. Tell me who holds them to
I
account.
know the answer to this. It's the media and other pollsters.
You mean the
I'm not
liberals?
I'm not saying I hold her to high esteem. You asked the question.
I'll give you one right here. Real Clear Politics does an assessment after every election about who was accurate and who wasn't. Atlas Intel was accurate. There were a whole bunch of others who were not. You look at the polls and you say, who has the reputation for getting it right? And she has, in the past, a reputation for getting it right.
And what media organization says we're going to go with the pollsters that did it right? Or Real Clear Politics? No, you go Real Clear Politics, and they include all of the wrong polls in with
I
the
make
Real
a
Clear
judgment.
average.
I don't look at them specifically. I look at their polls,
Brian.
and I toss out the polls I don't believe.
Brian, I hear you do the ABC polls. I hear you do the NBC polls. I mean, I love you to death, but you do them all. And they consistently get it wrong in favor of the Democrats.
Well, just you and I are always going to disagree on that.
And I love Brian Wilson. I'm not arguing with you. I don't love
Yeah, you are, but that's okay.
I know. I'm arguing with this idea that we hold pollsters into high regard. No American holds the pollsters into high regard. None. Because they consistently get it wrong.
Matt, I think I got your point.
Okay.
Hey, Georgia's looking closer.
Now let's look at that.
Georgia has, with 42.4% of the vote in, Donald Trump is at 56.7%. Kamala Harris is at 43.8%. So it does look like, and I don't know where the numbers are coming from. We all know what happened in Fulton County a few years ago. However, that does look better for Donald Trump. And also Virginia, have you seen Virginia's Kamala Harris is at 50.3%, but
Yeah.
Virginia is at Trump is at 48%.
It's tight. 30% of the vote in, 31% of the vote in. Harris 50.3, Trump 47.9. That's close.
Don't give up on Virginia. It's the little engine that could. I'm telling you. I think it can. I think it can.
Here's my question, though. In elections past, have we seen Virginia this close at this point in the evening, where you've got Harris at 50%, Trump at 48%, and you've only got 31% of the votes being counted? Is it typically that close at this early in the evening, or at this point in the evening?
Well, I don't know about the timing on the evening, but I'm looking at some of the county-by-county breakdowns, and there's a surprisingly large percentage of numbers coming in from the Washington, D.C. area. That's Prince William County, Fairfax. Prince William County is reporting in at 75% of the vote. Now, obviously, Prince William County leans heavily toward Harris, but with 75% of that vote in, it gives Donald Trump some margins to pick up some of those votes. Fairfax County has almost half of their votes in, with 68% going to Harris and almost 30% going to Trump. And then Loudoun County, which is another border county,
It's
along
a
with
bellwether county.
56% Harris, 40% going to Trump, with 96% in.
They just called Marsha Blackburn.
Hey!
Marsha Blackburn has been called as the winner not surprisingly, in the Tennessee Senate race. The numbers there for her, no doubt, will be overwhelming. No real surprises there, but again, nice to chalk up another one.
Well, yeah, and like I say, the big thing for me is whether or not Marsha Blackburn dispatches of Gloria Johnson by a greater margin than Donald Trump did with Kamala Harris. And, I mean, it should be a fairly tight race in that regard, but not a tight race in terms of the actual numbers. In the state of Tennessee, just looking at some of those numbers, obviously it's more of the rural counties in Tennessee that have reported large numbers for Trump. As a matter of fact, we're getting a large swath of counties in the state of Tennessee that haven't reported at all. Most of the counties that I'm looking at, according to the Washington Post site, are still reporting zero in. But the expectation is that it will be a fairly easy victory for Trump as well as Marsha Blackburn.
All right, looking at the state of Georgia, 46% of the vote in. Donald Trump leads 55 to 44. That's a good sign. We're getting about half of the vote in. North Carolina, what is going on in North Carolina? The numbers are really slow coming out of North Carolina. It is 51% Harris, 47% Trump, with only 8%.
Do you think some of that could be Helene? Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know, but
I don't know.
That's just odd.
It does seem odd. I'm looking. Let's look up. At some of these battleground states that are. The polls are closed, but the votes are starting to trickle in. I don't read anything into it, but Harris has a lead in Pennsylvania at the moment, but only 7% of the vote in. Michigan, only 3% of the vote in. It's a little bit of a lead for Harris. Wisconsin, no numbers there yet. Again, let's check up here in New Hampshire, where we were told to keep an eye out for what happened. I think Trump is doing better than expected, but he's still behind. That would be gravy if you were to pick up that one. I think if we picked up Virginia with 13 electoral college votes, and if you were to do well in New Hampshire, that's a really good sign for the evening. But Georgia's looking like it's on the beam. North Carolina, I'm 10% of the vote in now, and it's still leading.
I've got to
Harris.
say, plenty of room for things to go the wrong way before Chris Hand does his victory lap. But Trump keeps inching in on Virginia in a way that is very intriguing.
Listen, I like Trump taking Virginia. One thing that I'm keeping my eye on, and I don't know if you guys have seen this, Ohio, they got 37% of the vote in, 50.2 for Harris, 49% for Trump.
Try to boil some of this down.
It feels closer than I would like it.
All right, we got to take a break right now. 22 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock. It's 26 minutes past the hour. It's 7 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7. Brian Wilson in the chair, along with Matt Murphy, Chris Hand, Dan Mandis. Let's go out to Marshall Blackburn headquarters, where our roving correspondent Jay Harper is standing by. A few moments ago, we got the call, and not a surprising call, that Marshall Blackburn will be returning as the senior senator of the state of Tennessee. Jay.
Yes, Brian, of course, that was very much expected. And as you can imagine, with 77% of the vote for the incumbent senator, there was quite the cheer here at the headquarters here at the Cool Springs Hilton. Yes, we are wall-to-wall people here. The excitement is just continuing to ramp up. And, of course, every time a state is called for Mr. Trump, another cheer goes up. And there is certainly a lot of anticipation and a lot of folks, as I'm sure you guys are there, really keeping an eye on this race in Georgia that is looking very positive at the moment. Granted, there are only about half the precincts in Georgia, but Donald Trump, at last count, ahead there. So, again, we are anticipating Senator Blackburn to make an appearance here shortly, and when we see her, we have been told we will be able to get her on the line.
All right, when that happens, we will stop what we're doing and come to you as soon as possible. So thank you very much, Jay Harper.
Thank you, Brian.
Reporting from Blackburn headquarters in Cool Springs, where they are, it sounds like a packed house, just like it is here in Wilson County, at the Wilson County Fairgrounds. By the way, I don't guess it's still, there's plenty of seats in the back there, a few more seats in the back. If you want to come on
great
out.
turnout, though.
Yeah, we've had a great turnout, great crowd tonight.
By the way, I think this is new news. They called South Carolina for Donald Trump.
All right. Here we go.
Yep,
Have you guys checked the score on Virginia lately?
Let me go back to my my other map.
There's a reason that he's asking for this,
they are
Brian.
almost, I've got Virginia, Kamala Harris at 49.8%, but Trump 48.5%.
Well, I've got 36.6% reporting, with Trump at 49.2 and Kamala Harris at 49.15.
That's what I've got.
Wow.
So he just took the lead in Virginia with 36. That's a lot of way to go, but 36%.
I'm telling you.
What you got to know about the Commonwealth?
I think they can.
I'd have to leave early, go get my credit card.
A caveat, though, Richmond.
Yeah,
it's a very blue area, Richmond downstate.
I know, but I'm looking at it, and they got counties in Southwest Virginia that haven't even counted any votes yet. There's
and that's always very red.
Yeah. Central and Southern Virginia that haven't had any votes counted yet.
If he's holding his own in the major metropolitan areas, that's a very good sign.
He's getting his butt kicked in Albemarle, where Charlottesville is. Loudoun County got his butt kicked, but a lot of the states still's got to count, man.
Richmond City is only 3% in. So, there's a long way to go in that fight, but he's certainly holding his own, which bodes well, even if he doesn't win Virginia. Certainly bodes well for some of the other states, and bodes well for the popular vote overall, which is, not how we count elections, but it does matter in the grand scheme of things if he could eke out the popular vote nationwide. Calling Oklahoma, I think, for, Oklahoma, 7 electoral votes going toward Donald Trump. Missouri going for Donald Trump right now. And obviously these aforementioned states of Indiana, Kentucky, all along the that red southern beltway that Donald Trump is expected to dominate in. And Georgia, now at over half the votes in, almost 52%, and Donald Trump still got about a 10-point lead, 55% to just under 45% for Kamala Harris. So that's good news for Donald Trump in Georgia as well.
Looking at every time that you applause, we all stop to look at the monitor to see what's going on. I'm finding that the Fox website is way ahead of what they're reporting on the air. I don't know why that is, but it certainly is true.
Hey guys, I know that we talked earlier about some disruptions. Was it in Georgia?
Yeah, there were bomb threats being called in Georgia.
Pennsylvania voting site has been evacuated as disruptors try to upset the election results.
What?
This is in Pennsylvania. The Daily Mail. Go to Daily Mail.
What are we? Does it say what area of Pennsylvania, Dan?
Center County, Centre.
All right, let me look.
A voting site in the key swing state of Pennsylvania has been evacuated after being stormed by disruptors. Multiple people burst into the county election office in Bellefonte, shortly after 7 p.m. Eastern Tuesday. And that triggered an evacuation by local police. So, yeah.
People stormed in?
They stormed in. That's what they say. Disruptors stormed in.
Disruptors for which side? That's what the hard
Right.
thing. Yeah.
Well, the longer they go without saying, the more we know which side it is.
Well, Center County is right in the middle of Pennsylvania.
Donald Trump has taken Arkansas.
All right.
All right, so let's take a look and see where that brings us in the Electoral College vote. I think that's a pretty good sign. Again, another not unexpected outcome, but one that we'll take, no doubt about it. I just have completely lost.
Bellefonte sits in central Pennsylvania, by the way, where these disruptors disrupted.
Is it Center County? Is that what you said, Dan?
Yeah, CENTRE.
That is right in the middle of the state, which would indicate that would be a red area. Now, that is not going to be any indication of who might try to disrupt voting in what I believe would be right in the middle of Pennsylvania, would be a rather red part of the state. Obviously, the old line has been that, Pennsylvania is a state that's Philadelphia on one side, Pittsburgh on another side, and Alabama in the middle. So a lot of red in the middle of that state. And Center County's right, as you might expect, in the center of Pennsylvania.
So Arkansas is 6 Electoral College votes. That now means that if you're keeping track at home on the electoral count, it is 111 for Donald Trump, 72 for Kamala Harris. And let's see, Georgia, again, 51% of the vote in. He's got the lead there by 55 to 44. North Carolina, it is nip and tuck, going back and forth as they battle through some of those numbers. And in Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, where it really was not expected to win, with 37.9% of the vote in, he leads 49 to 48 in the Commonwealth of Virginia. That's a really good sign.
And now we finally got double-digit reporting in North Carolina, Brian, with 13.1% in. Still, a very small amount, but Donald Trump and Kamala Harris neck and neck there, right at 49%.
Yeah, Pennsylvania slowly coming in, only about 7% of the vote. Doesn't really mean anything. I won't bother you with it. I guess we're going to have some polls close here pretty quick.
Well, and we're getting some more exit polling. This one from NBC. They have independents at an R+6, which is good for us. And they also have Trump doing 8% better with young voters than he did in 2020.
We are late getting to the news. It is 7:30 on SuperTalk 99.7.
I'm Ken. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Election 2024. Let's get right to it with Chuck Severson.
Based on our exit polls, ABC News projects Donald Trump will win West Virginia, Kentucky, and Indiana. Kamala Harris will win Vermont. What our preliminary exit poll results show from ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
7 in 10 say they are dissatisfied or angry. Close to half say their family's financial situation is worse today than it was 4 years ago. But 6 in 10 Americans say America's best days are ahead of us and not in the past. More than 70% in our national exit polls say democracy in America is threatened.
Based on what our exit polls say, ABC News projects Republican Jim Justice will win the West Virginia Senate race, succeeding longtime Democrat-turned-independent Senator Joe Manchin. And we project incumbents independent Bernie Sanders and Republican Phil Scott will win re-election in Vermont.
And some of the other races, Trump's taking Florida, and Florida's abortion ban amendment has failed, leaving the 6-week ban in place there in Florida. Here in Tennessee, former President Trump, the projected winner, Marsha Blackburn, the projected winner in the U.S. Senate race. Numbers are trickling in for Tennessee's congressional races in the 7th District, where Republican Mark Green has a commanding 79% of the vote. Secretary of State Trey Hargett says voter turnout statewide was steady, not strong, and uneventful for the most part.
I heard one thing about a scanner that went down at a precinct in Davidson County, but that's it that I've heard about. We did hear about a text that had gone out to some voters telling them their vote had been canceled in the presidential election. We've turned that over to the authorities to investigate. Those are really kind of the big things today.
Yeah, and Secretary Hargett says typically by midnight, They have 90 plus of Tennessee's 95 counties that have reported the election results to their office. Stay with SuperTalk 99.7 WTN for continuing coverage, real-time results and analysis from Dan, Brian, Matt, and Chris at the Wilson County Fairgrounds. Jay Harper's in Cool Springs, where U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn's having a watch party. And that's the latest news. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
more time, and that's it, okay?
It is 41 minutes now past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson coming to you live from the Wilson County Ag Center, where we've got a lot of people staring here listening to our banter back and forth and bringing you the news and information. Chris Hand, Matt Murphy, and Dan Mandis is somewhere. He's off. He's in the
celebrity photos.
He's taking a celebrity photo. He's mixing and mingling with the jingly beat.
And I know we didn't catch this on the air, but we just had the entire Wilson County Fairgrounds singing the Cars for Kids theme song.
Yeah, it was great.
I thought that sounded a little louder and slightly more annoying.
It was so good. It was so good.
Let me look at some of the states that we're watching really closely right now, where we're starting to get pretty good vote totals in. And, two of these states are considered battleground states. One of them, we were told, watch it closely. Something is happening there. So in Georgia, 52% of the vote in. It is Trump 55, Kamala Harris 44.
Yes.
That's looking good there. North Carolina, only 20% of the vote in, but Trump is now starting to pull away 52-46 over Harris. And then
Check out Virginia. Check out Virginia.
They're calling Virginia?
No. Just check out Virginia with.
That's where I was going next. 49% for Trump in Virginia, 48% for Harris. That's with 41% of the vote in. So, Virginia, wow, if you pick that up,
it would be a Christmas gift.
That would
guys.
be gravy, wouldn't it?
A Chris Handmus gift, if you will. I mean, I don't know anybody else around. I don't know anybody else that was calling Virginia for Trump.
I just have a feeling. I know the people.
So I speak to Matthew Hurd every morning, not every morning, but often. He's actually the GOP guy out in Virginia. And he told me last night off the air, and then he repeated it this morning, that the Trump folks were feeling really good about Virginia. And I said, when you say really good, do you mean like actually taking Virginia? He said, absolutely. And that is going to be not only a great victory for Donald Trump, but a moral victory for the former president as well.
Governor Youngkin, he's been saying from the start,
Yeah.
you're underestimating what's going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
You don't move your ad dollars from North Carolina to Virginia unless there is a massive, massive problem. And that's what the Harris campaign did.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's exactly what they did. They pulled out, 1.2 million, 1.7 million, something like that?
Every time I go back to North Carolina, Trump is inching, further away from Kamala Harris. Now it's 52-46.
There we go.
Trump in the lead. So, and that's with, about 20.5% of the reporting in. So, I mean, but they still got to get the big cities in North Carolina, I assume. But one of the things that's always interested me about these things, and Brian, you could probably speak to this best, is there will be states where you've got maybe 35, 40, 45, 50% in, and then they just say, well, this candidate won without counting the rest of the state. And I think that's obviously because they know how the state falls every 2 or 4 years.
They have a good sense of it, and then also they somehow figure in their exit polling data into that, and some of it is just experience. You look at the state and you say this would be almost impossible for this to happen in this particular area. So they got some smart people in these brain rooms where they're doing this stuff.
The thing that I would remind folks, and I hate to bring this up, but I felt really good in 2020, and it felt like things were going our way, and then this just, hit the fan. So I feel really good right now, but it's still going to come down to
the cautious optimism.
Cautious optimism is the best way to describe it, because you worry, because number one, Democrats have that great, I'm air quoting here, ground game, i.e., cheating, bringing in ballots, whatever it is that they're accused of, often.
Having Kamala knock on fake supporters' doors.
Not
a stunt.
Not a stunt.
Not staged. Not staged.
Right.
So what are we hearing about that voter takeover of a polling place? I mean, the raid on.
Let me check that real quick and see if there's been an update on that, because that could be part of what's holding things up.
Absolutely could be. We're also 15 minutes away from polls closing in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico.
Some of those will be called blue, I imagine, pretty early. Some of them I think they're going to wait on. I mean, of course, I don't think we're going to get anything of any substance out of Arizona and Nevada that will give us a determination anytime soon.
How long do you think it's going to take for Arizona?
I don't know. Maybe a day or so, maybe more.
I don't have anything on Center County. I think that's where it was, right, Dan? Center County, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
This makes sense. You know what? You know what's in Center County, Pennsylvania, Dan?
What's that?
Penn State.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
These are Hamas people, Gaza people, Free Palestine.
No, that's exactly right. Yeah, this is Free Palestine type activities one would expect, which would cause a little disruption in the voting place. So.
It's also a county that Scott Pressler was working very, very hard to flip from Democrat to Republican.
And he was working Penn State for a while, I think. Right?
So this is breaking news, and I can't play audio here, but the headline is from the Daily Mail, CNN anchor Jake Tapper stunned after independent voters in Georgia give Donald Trump a 20-point swing.
Yep.
That is huge.
It's massive.
Independent voters giving Trump a 20-point swing.
Well, all things being equal, right? I wouldn't put anything past the vote totals at the end of the day, but that looks really, really good for Donald Trump if he's swinging 20% independent.
And this is CNN political director David Chalian that is saying this. This isn't, some polling. This is the guy that is their political director. So this is pretty huge.
I think you're going to see this in a lot of places, though. That RFK endorsement came with a lot of voters. That he brought a lot of people with him that want to see his ideas advanced in Washington, D.C., that want to see reform of the FDA and the CDC and the NIH, and RFK is the guy that's going to do that.
I'm guilty of underestimating the number of people that swung over to Trump as a result of the RFK Jr. endorsement, but it was a lot more significant than I would have ever anticipated, but it certainly is playing out, at least in the early stages tonight. By the way, just in the House, in the Ward Ag Center building in the Wilson County Fairgrounds, Congressman John Rose in the House. How about Congressman
John Rose, say hello.
Say hello to John Rose, everybody.
Maybe we can chat with him here in just a few moments. We're just a minute away from the commercial break. Let me just recap very quickly. If you're watching at home, 111 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump, 72 for Harris Waltz. Illinois has gone blue, Maryland blue. None of the states that they picked are big surprises here. Maryland especially. Although I am interested to know what happens in that Maryland Senate race with Larry Hogan. That would, if he were to. Wow! If he were to win, now he was a Republican governor, barely a Republican in the state of Maryland, in a very Democrat state. I think Democrats outnumber Republicans 3-1 in the state of Maryland. But he won election statewide as governor as a Republican twice. If he were to win that again, not a reliable conservative vote, but another R in the tally for the United States Senate, that would be something. All right, Florida, we've already talked about Georgia right now. Let's go real quick. Georgia, Trump 52%, Harris 47%. That's good news. North Carolina, Trump 53%, now starting to pull away. In North Carolina, to Harris is 45%.
Wow.
That is starting to look good. And then in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 49.5% for Trump, 48.8% for Harris. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, that's awesome. And just very quickly, just bringing you up to date on what's happening in Pennsylvania. It's still very early. I don't read anything into this. Trump is lagging behind Harris by quite a bit, but that's only because probably the major metropolitan areas are coming in a little quicker than some of the rural areas.
Brian, you talked about Georgia and the margin being 52 to 47%, 62% in. What do you expect the percentage would need to be?
Before they call
that?
I don't know. They'll look at the individual counties and make determinations of what's still outstanding.
Right.
And it's until you get into the weeds on that, it's hard to know. But I would say
all about counties, though.
It's all about counties and remaining votes. Like you go into like one of these rooms where they're doing this, and they'll look and say, well, how many precincts are out? How many voting places are out in this particular area? Well, that's traditionally a blue, or that's a traditionally red area. I don't know. They probably will be conservative in these battleground states. We're going to take a break right now at 51 minutes past the hour. 56 minutes now past the hour of 7 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7. We want to check in real quick with Jay Harper out at Blackburn headquarters, where she's already been called the winner of the senatorial race. Not a big surprise there. What's the latest, Jay?
Yes, sir, Brian. In fact, the senator just gave her victory speech here at the Cool Springs Hilton. She was introduced to the podium by Governor Bill Lee. And Mrs. Blackburn, she spoke for about 15 minutes. She did point out that her opponent, Gloria Johnson, did call in to concede and congratulate her. She also mentioned that 6 years ago, her opponent never did call her to concede and congratulate her. Of course, during her speech, she vowed to stay true to Republican causes, border security, reining in inflation, a strong military. But she got her biggest reaction when she vowed to keep men out of women's sports. So, again, a lot of excitement here as Marsha Blackburn will return to the U.S. Senate on behalf of the state of Tennessee.
All right. Thank you, Jay Harper. Chris.
All right, so we're getting a lot of these numbers from exit polls in Georgia. And this one fact that Dan was talking about a minute ago on the swing from independent voters on the exit polling in Georgia left CNN's Jake Tapper completely stunned. Malinoff in the studio has the audio.
Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David Chang.
Joe.
I mean, that's a big swing.
I like when Jake Tapper gets befuddled.
Befuddled Tapper is my favorite Tapper.
Let me tell you, we got some numbers in Georgia that are looking pretty good. My computer.
Real quick, Ryan James Gerdusky, you know him, the beeper guy from CNN,
right,
who made the beeper joke for Mehdi Hassan.
Yeah.
He's saying that exit polls are showing Trump at 25% with black men in Georgia.
Wow. In Georgia, Trump 52, Harris 47, with I forgot, I can't.
63% reported.
Thank you very much. Again, my computer gets away from me at times. And then I was looking at the number in
North Carolina?
In North Carolina, and it's looking a lot better.
I think I've got it, Brian.
Okay,
26.25%, so just over 26%. Trump, 54.5% to Harris, 44.5%. Trump has taken a 10-point lead in North Carolina with about a quarter of the vote.
Yeah, a quarter of the vote in. But again, in North Carolina and in Georgia, starting to pull away as more of the numbers start to come in, and that is a very, very good sign on the evening. All right, so recapping, we now have Trump at 111 Electoral College votes, Harris at 75. We're going to be getting, after the news here in just a moment, no doubt, we will start to see some of the other mountain states come in. I think some will be called blue pretty early. I don't expect we'll get anything out of Arizona in a while, or in Nevada, which we're looking at very closely. But when we come back here in just a few moments, we will take a look and we'll do a run around the park and find out where we're doing at some of these battleground races like Pennsylvania, maybe Michigan, see what's going on there. The state of Ohio is a little tighter than I would like to see it, but we'll take a look at all of that. Right now, it is 59 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7.
Eight o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories on Election Day 2024. Election news. Former President Trump, the projected winner in Tennessee, then moments ago in Cool Springs.
The fact that people showed up and voted, and that we do have this victory to celebrate tonight. So thank you. We are grateful.
U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn thanking voters, then went on to ask that voters keep fighting with her to rein in spending and more.
So that we restore our standing in the world and rebuild our military, and we get that border secured, and that we protect our children and make certain that when it comes to protecting our girls in sports, that we know what a woman is and we know what a man is.
Blackburn took 76% of the vote. Her nearest challenger, Democrat State Rep Gloria Johnson, had 21%. Andy Ogles keeps his seat in the 5th Congressional District, according to News Channel 5. Also, the Choose How You Move sales tax increase is out with a sizable lead in Nashville, according to early vote totals. And then back to the congressional races. Mark Green leading largely in the 7th District. And it looks like Republican Tim Burchett will hold on to his seat in the U.S. House of Representatives for Tennessee. Now let's check in with Dave Packer.
As polls continue to close, we have new projections. Based on our exit poll, ABC News projects that Donald Trump will win in South Carolina, Arkansas, and West Virginia. These and other non-battleground states are falling as expected in our projections, which means, says ABC News political contributor Steve Roberts,
if the polls all fall the way they've been attending, it is going to come down entirely to Pennsylvania.
ABC's Matt Gutman is there.
Some waiting hours to cast their ballots in this must-win state for Trump and Harris.
Thank you for coming out.
Absolutely most important election of my lifetime.
Many residents in bellwether Bucks County focusing on inflation.
You cast your ballot. What are you thinking about?
The economy?
Outside Scranton, voting delayed in Luzerne County. An election official was late.
In Florida, based on our exit polling, ABC News projects a ballot measure to legalize recreational marijuana in the state will fail.
Also, Trump is going to win North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, and Wyoming. And that's the latest news. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock, and we have some stuff to catch up with on these returns that are coming in. You know, we just had a bunch of polls that closed at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock our time. It is closing polls out in the Mountain Time Zone and parts of the Central Time Zone. They've closed out their polls. A lot of things have happened. Texas has gone predictably red for Donald Trump. Kansas has gone red for Donald Trump. Wyoming has gone red for Donald Trump. North and South Dakota have gone red for Donald Trump. And Louisiana has now been called for Donald Trump. If you're counting along at home, here's where we are. It is 178 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump, 113 for Harris. Now, they did call Colorado for Harris. Not surprising. I think it's interesting they didn't call New Mexico, which maybe means they're looking at things closely there. Very quickly, in the state of Georgia, with 66% of the vote in, 2/3 of the vote in, Trump 52%, Harris 46%. In North Carolina, we have 39% of the vote in. It is Trump 51.8, Harris 47.1. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, wow, 48% of the vote in, Trump 49, almost 50%. It is Harris 48%. So Trump is leading in the Commonwealth of Virginia, in North Carolina, and in Georgia. Very quickly, looking up in Pennsylvania, we still really have no meaningful numbers in. And just a real quick look here. Again, no meaningful numbers out of Wisconsin or Michigan at this time. But, I mean, it's a good start. We are, he's less than 100 out now of having the 270 Electoral College votes he needs. Joining me now here at the table, Congressman John Rose. Congressman, it's good to have you drop by here, the Wilson County Fairgrounds, right here in your own backyard.
Yes, good to be in the 6th District tonight.
Yeah. So tell me how you feel about how things are going tonight, and what are you hearing?
Well, I'm optimistic, and the early results look great. Obviously great here in Tennessee. Great to see Marsha Blackburn with a big victory. And thank you to the voters of the 6th District for giving me another shot at representing them.
Yeah, good. That's great news. Congratulations on that. I know that, being a member of Congress and all, you probably have some inside sources. What are you hearing?
Well, I'm very optimistic about the evening. I think tonight is going to be a vindication of what we've all been saying about who should lead this country. As a January 6th objector, I think tonight we set the record straight for what happened in 2020. And I was proud to support the president then, still proud to support him tonight.
Yeah, the results we're hearing seem to suggest that independent voters have made a decision, and that they are breaking in pretty big ways in some of these battleground states for Donald Trump.
I think that's right, and I think we're going to know tonight who the next president's going to be.
You don't think we'll have to wait several days?
I don't think we'll have to wait. No.
Wow, then you're really optimistic. Any surprises along the way so far?
I haven't seen any. I think the night's going our way, and these early totals seem to point that way. And independence breaking our way, I think, is a big message.
One of the things that they told us, the Trump people said, hey, you know what, keep an eye on Virginia. And it was worth watching. We were told to also take a look at New Hampshire. I'm going to take a look there. It is still very much at Harris's game at this point with 34% of the vote in. But, I mean, that vote in Virginia, if he wins the Commonwealth of Virginia, which I know that you know a little bit about because it's right next door to Washington, D.C., that would be something.
Absolutely. I think if you see that, as you see that developing, if he's going to win, if he could win Virginia, that's the whole ball game.
Have you heard any area where they were a little nervous? I mean, some people talked about Iowa. I'm not too worried about Iowa. Some people talked about, maybe there'd be a surprise down the path. But I mean, so far it's shaping up the way I think they hoped it would.
Absolutely. I think some of the polls you saw over the weekend were bogus, and we could tell that. And I think the results tonight are going to demonstrate that.
All right. Now, the big question is, will Republicans retain the House? And it looks pretty clear to me at this hour that we'll have a Republican Senate. That's not for sure yet, but it's looking good. It's a much closer question in the House of Representatives.
It really is, and I think I haven't gotten a chance to watch any of the close races, but I think that's the real question mark Does the president have coattails? Can he get some of our House members across the finish line? We've got a lot of members that are in districts that probably they shouldn't have won, but they did. And the question is, can they hold on to those seats?
Yeah, so we'll watch that very carefully. When do you think we'll probably have a sense of that?
I think that's going to be maybe not tonight.
Now, several days before we get the sense on that. Well, it's a great turnout here in Wilson County. I mean, isn't it wonderful that we have such a tremendous and loyal fan base that they show up at these events?
It is,
I mean,
absolutely.
But you know, these
Let's
are
hear
good
it
people.
for WTN.
Yeah.
And U.S. Pest. Let's hear it for the sponsor tonight.
All right. So, listen, Matt Murphy wants you to come in and join us here on the conversation. See, I've exhausted my range of questions. You got anything you'd like to ask the congressman while we have him here for just a moment?
Well, I bet you've asked him how he thinks the night's going so far. I bet that's been covered, Brian. I'm certain of that.
Yeah, where we are right now is he says that he thinks it may be a day or two before we determine the House.
Well, I mean, I want to ask John a more Tennessee-centric question, and I don't know if you guys got into any of the Tennessee politics. I mean, obviously we got Marsha going back to Washington, D.C., but as the state of Tennessee goes, John, a lot of people that we talk to on SuperTalk are interested in what's coming down in 2025, and I'm wondering if you've thought about it. I know that you're focused on D.C. I understand that. But I'm wondering if you've thought about this issue of school choice, and what do you say to your constituents when they ask you about it? Because it's coming back up in the Tennessee General Assembly. I know that you're not a part of that body, but what do you say as a fellow Tennessean?
Well, I think we appreciate our freedom as Tennesseans, and so I think giving Tennesseans the right to choose, to make choices about lots of things, but their education for their children. I have young children, and I want the freedom to be able to decide where they go to school.
Did they make it here tonight, John? That's a big question, too.
They are here, yes.
All right.
I think they're in the back somewhere right now.
And your better half somewhere with them, probably so. So, well, that's awesome. Well, thank you for stopping by our place. I'm certain that you're excited that Marsha's been declared. There's really no question about anybody in the state of Tennessee. Would you expect? I mean, the House is secure as far as Tennessee, the lay of the land goes with Tennessee.
I think Tennesseans have done their job tonight. I think they've given us the victory margins that we wanted here in Tennessee.
How important is that? And if I'm covering ground that Brian covered, I apologize because it's a little difficult to hear in the back. But, I mean, how important is that Senate margin? I mean, we expect 2, 3, even 4 pickups. And, I know that you guys get a lot of grief. Because you get calls to your office and go, why aren't you doing this and why aren't you doing that? Well, we are, guys. It just goes nowhere in the Senate right now. How important is that Senate for you?
It's critical. Just being in control of the Senate, having Republicans in control of the Senate will allow us to get things done that we're otherwise are just dying there. The current leader, Senator Schumer, has just sat on so many of the bills that we've sent him. We would have addressed the border, energy, any number of these issues. Election integrity, all of those things would be taken care of. Keeping men out of women's sports, that's something we've passed twice on the House side.
Yeah, it would be. Wouldn't it be a remarkable thing if we could sweep the House, the Senate, and the White House?
Absolutely.
What would you, if that, let's say hypothetically that happens, what would you imagine would be the first things that Republicans would try to do?
I think getting our southern border under control is number one, and frankly is an easy thing to do if we just have the leadership in Washington to get that done. That would be huge for this country. I think getting us back on track with being the biggest energy producer in the world, bringing down the cost of fuel, that would be huge for the economy. And then getting spending under control in Washington is something that I think with control of the House and Senate and the presidency we can do.
In the past, we have had all three.
Yeah.
And we didn't take advantage of it.
That's right.
Do you think that's a lesson learned?
I hope it's a lesson learned. That's why I ran for Congress in 2018, because I was so frustrated with the Republican Congress that was not supporting President Trump. And so I went to Washington to do that. Unfortunately, we lost the House that year, and our ability to help the president declined because of that. So I hope that I get to serve these next 2 years in a House majority with the Senate majority and the White House.
With that in mind, the point that Brian brings up, it's interesting to me how you message, because President Trump has said that one of his priorities would be to focus on physical discipline. He's talked about putting Elon Musk in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency. What's the message to the people of Tennessee and around the country as to how that looks? Because it feels like, we've been eating ice cream for a while to our national debt's chagrin. It's time to maybe eat some peas and veggies for a while and get a little more physical discipline out of Washington.
We are going to have to be disciplined, but I say to everyone, and you've heard me say, Matt, the key to getting ourselves out of the problem we're in fiscally in this country is to grow the U.S. economy. And the way to grow the U.S. economy is to unleash the entrepreneurial spirit of Americans and Tennesseans and let them make this economy hum, grow the economy. That's gonna get us out of this problem.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give us a big round of applause for Congressman John Rose of the 6th Tennessee Congressional District. Thank you, Congressman, for being Congressman.
Great honor and privilege to represent the people of Tennessee.
All right. You can just lay those headphones there, and we'll call the other guys back up to the stage now as we continue our coverage. Let's look very quickly around the horn, how things are going. Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, Congressman.
We got, again...
a lot of called states as the 8 o'clock hour rolled into.
It's really been just a sea of red out there. Georgia, Trump 52, Harris 46.
All right, with 70% of the vote, almost 70% in.
In North Carolina, Trump 51.98, we'll call it 52. Harris 47.
All right.
Commonwealth of Virginia, Trump 49.5. Harris 48.7.
And over 50% of the vote in.
Yeah, so things are starting to happen. I'm going to look up in Pennsylvania. These numbers out of Pennsylvania are coming in really slow. Only 20% of the vote in. Harris still leads, but not in a meaningful way because the vote totals are so small. Same in Michigan, same in Wisconsin. I mentioned Nebraska being called. They're calling that red except for that Nebraska won.
Ohio for Trump, big time. There you go.
We were getting worried about Ohio.
Worry no longer.
That's a good result, and it took a little while as they wanted to get some of those rural votes to come in. You look at that, adding Ohio to the total, it's Trump 195 Electoral College votes, Harris 113.
All right.
And, as always is the case, you look at the map as we're all looking at it, and, so many of these states that have lower populations, North Dakota with 3 electoral votes, South Dakota with 3 electoral votes, Wyoming with 3 electoral votes. Before you know it, you start adding up and you get to some big numbers. And Donald Trump, as you mentioned, Brian, already up to 195 with that huge swath of middle America going Trump. The expectation is that, when North Carolina and Georgia happens, man, oh, man, every time one of these states gets called, the possibility of Kamala Harris snaking through, it feels like it just lives in that Rust Belt in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. And then, even then, as you've noted, Brian, she still has to pick up North Carolina or a Georgia or certainly maybe a Nevada or even attempting at an Arizona or whatnot.
Yeah, this is shaping up nicely. I like everything that I see here. I don't think there's been any real surprises. Virginia's a surprise.
I was going to say Virginia's a heck of a surprise.
That's a heck of a surprise, yeah.
We kind of knew that Virginia was in play by what Trump was saying and what Kamala Harris was doing.
It's the actions that show me everything. And it shows me that they don't think they can win North Carolina and that they were worried about Virginia when they moved those ad dollars.
All right, we're going to take a commercial break now at 20 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock. Back in just a moment. It is 23 minutes now past the hour of 8 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7. We want to check in once more time with our roving reporter, Jay Harper, down at Blackburn headquarters, where they have she's already accepted the win. And what's the latest from there, Jay?
Yeah, Brian, roving is right, as I have been working the room here. Now, right after the senator gave her victory speech, she did conduct a quick little gaggle with reporters. It lasted about 10 or 15 minutes or so. Currently, she is working the room, accepting congratulations from her supporters. We are still being told that, of course, we're in line to speak one-on-one with Senator Blackburn before this night is over.
I would expect. Sorry, Brian. I would expect, Jay, that it's a pretty celebratory mood. Have you got a chance to talk to people about how they're feeling about Donald Trump's prospects, considering some of the states that have come in?
Absolutely. That has really been, of course, aside from Senator Blackburn's victory, that has been the buzz of the room. People are very optimistic. I mean, people were optimistic when they showed up here earlier this evening, but even more so when we're seeing, now people are cheering about Ted Cruz winning his race in Texas. But, people are even more optimistic seeing how things are trending in Georgia and Virginia.
Yeah, and we all are. We're looking at especially Virginia. It's been quite the big surprise of the evening, although for some, apparently not a surprise. Chris Hand is looking over here, feeling very smug. He's been telling us, watch Virginia, watch Virginia.
I'm going to continue to be smug until I can't.
Good call. Yeah, that's good.
All right, Jay Harper, thank you very much. Listen, if you need to come back with Senator Blackburn, just let us know, and we'll try to rep what we're doing. Okay.
All right, you got it, Brian. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Well, let's look at the latest. You were looking at Georgia 52. Harris 47.
Holding at that roughly 5 percentage point lead with almost 75% of the votes in, about 74% of the votes in.
Yeah, North Carolina is going to be hard fought, but with 50% of the vote in, it's Trump 50.6, Harris 48.3. And in the Commonwealth of Virginia right now, Trump 49.6, Harris 48.67, 53% of the vote in.
I hearken back to something that Dan Mendes said, and I don't mean to be a wet blanket on any of the celebratory mood either. But if you believe that some of the urban areas are the last to get their votes in, and even if they have a small percentage to come in, those are still large amounts because they're the most populated areas in given states. We still got a long way to go. Got to win Georgia. Got to win North Carolina, obviously. Virginia, a long way to go. Pennsylvania, a long way. I mean, the battleground states are still, as you might expect, all white and undecided, despite the fact
Ted Cruz wins the Senate.
Yeah, Ted Cruz just got
that was hard fought.
That's
That's
huge.
a big deal.
Ted Cruz has been running like a scalded dog in this race against Allred, and I got to tell you, that is really, really good news.
Another Senate race to watch is Ohio, and Bernie Moreno looks like he is out in front, 50-47 currently.
And there's an expectation. There's one flip already in West Virginia, which, if everything holds as it is right now, means that the Senate majority would be in Republican hands, even without states like Montana, obviously, and John Tester.
I think West Virginia, Montana, Ohio, and all of those are very possible.
Mm-hmm.
Ted Cruz was worried.
Oh, he was very worried.
He was very worried.
He was asking for money. He was on Fox News as often as he could, plugging that website, plugging, the fact that he needed money because he was in this hard-fought race.
But I just want to say, we hear this every election cycle. Oh, this is the year that Texas will go blue. This is the year at least it'll go purple. And they make all these wild predictions time after time after time. It never comes true. It is a consistently red state. My home state. I think that I'd be very surprised if it ever does go blue in the near future.
Now,
who knows what happens, with the influx. But
we are starting to get numbers in from Michigan. By the way, Harris is at 53.29%. Trump is at 44.85%. It's 11.78% of the vote in. or reported. So that's got a long way to go in Michigan.
The exit polling out of Michigan by NBC, put what faith you want into it, but says Trump is winning 18 to 29-year-olds by 5% in Michigan, the NBC exit poll.
That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Let's see. I don't know.
I'm just curious
any
which
other
of
breaking news that we're seeing.
I'm just curious which of these eastern states gets called. Which of the battlegrounds gets called first, and for whom? Right? Georgia, North Carolina. Georgia seems to be, the obvious one because they already have almost 75% of the vote in, and Trump's up by 5%. But you're just curious which among Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia flips first, and if that creates a certain level of momentum for the other states.
I would say Georgia probably be your next call if there's going to be one, and they're watching that one like a hawk.
Georgia, North Carolina, I think would probably be next. Brian, I've got a question.
Yeah.
So right now we know that different states have different rules on when and how they count the votes that are mail-in and all that kind of stuff. So when are those ballots counted? Are they already counted? Are they being counted? Does it depend on the state? Because we're seeing these numbers, and that's all fine, well, and good, but when do those overseas ballots come in? When do the mail-ins come in?
It varies from state to state.
Right.
Every state has a different rule for that. Some states allow them to trickle in. Some say, you got to have in by a certain date. It just varies from state to state. But what they'll look at is how many are out there and whether it can have any real impact. If all of them went one way, would it have an impact on the outcome of the election is the thing they'll look at. And if they determine that, we know how many are out and it can't possibly change the outcome, then they'll go ahead and call the state.
So right now we've got Harris at 55.44% versus Trump 43.52%. with 25% of the vote in Pennsylvania. So I guess my question is, as we go to a break, is at what point do we start getting worried about Pennsylvania, since this seems to hinge on Pennsylvania, theoretically?
Yeah. All right, we'll talk about that when we come back. Right now, it's 31 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock.
I'm Ken Weaver with your election 2024 update. Former President Trump, the projected winner in Tennessee. Marsha Blackburn projected to win a second 6-year term in the U.S. Senate. She thanked voters from her watch party in Cool Springs.
This seat does not belong to an individual. This seat belongs to the people of Tennessee. And the people have pretty much given us a to-do list, and I kind of like it.
One item Blackburn says is tops on the list is making the Trump tax cut permanent. Blackburn took 76% of the vote. Her nearest challenger, Democrat State Rep Gloria Johnson, 21%. As for the U.S. House races, all of the Republicans are projected winners in Tennessee. That includes John Rose in the 6th District, telling the guys at the Wilson County Fairgrounds he's now focused on Trump's chances to get a second term in the White House.
Well, I'm very optimistic about the evening. I think tonight is going to be a vindication of what we've all been saying about who should lead this country. As a January 6th objector, I think tonight we set the record straight for what happened in 2020. And I was proud to support the president then, still proud to support him tonight.
Here in Nashville, Mayor Freddie O'Connell's sales tax increase for the Choose How You Move transit plan is projected to pass. That's the latest news. I'm Ken Weaver.
All right. We got Blackburn.
SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. We continue election night coverage in the great state of Tennessee and the Wilson County Fairgrounds. Jay Harper is with us. He's in Cool Springs at Marsha Blackburn headquarters. Jay, I believe you have the senator herself on the line.
That's correct. Yes, we are coming from the Senate War Room, Matt, and we do indeed have Senator Blackburn on the line for Matt Murphy.
Obviously, Senator, congratulations are in order. We're looking over an audience of about roughly 500 to 600 Tennesseans, and I think they have some congratulations to give you. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, and to everybody there, thank you so much. Having the vote and support of Tennesseans is something that we treasure, and we are ever so grateful for that support and honored to represent Tennesseans and look forward to heading back to D.C. and getting to work on the to-do list.
I know that you have been watching some of the results. They just called Texas for Ted Cruz. He was very, I think, concerned about things going there. But it's looking like a good night. It looks like the Republicans will take the Senate. How do you feel about that?
Yes, indeed. We expect that we will take the Senate. We're looking forward to that. I think President Trump is doing very well. I know North Carolina is called for him, and we are anticipating that the Senate will go to Republican control. We will start that process tomorrow of shifting that leadership and look forward to getting back to work in D.C.
And that's an important question because Mitch McConnell is not going to be the majority leader. How do you feel about it? There's more than a few people in this room that are happy with that fact, but who do you think will prevail in those races?
I don't know. Most people have said to John Thune and John Cornyn, who are running for leader, that they wanted to wait, get past today, and see what shape we were in as we came past the Senate and the presidential race, and then have conversations through the weekend and next week before we go back.
Senator, I know you're very limited on time. Don't want to take too much of it, but if the best case scenario comes to fruition and we see a Senate majority in Republican hands, a House majority in Republican hands, and the White House back with Donald J. Trump, what do you consider to be priority number one as soon as you reconvene in the next Congress?
And as we go into 2025, you'll see the focus on making those Trump tax cuts permanent, getting my legislation across the finish line that would remove the tax on Social Security, making certain that we pass an online privacy bill so that everybody can protect their information online, and then some of the legislation we have that would show and would require that the U.S. always stand steadfast with Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East.
All right. Well, listen, congratulations on another victory as you maintain your position as the senior senator from the state of Tennessee, and we wish you all the luck as you go into what looks like there's a pretty good chance it's going to be a Republican Senate. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Well, yeah, I mean, with the Ted Cruz securing that Texas victory, with West Virginia flipping, and as you mentioned, Brian, with the expectations in Ohio, the expectations in Montana, I mean, they have to feel pretty good about a Senate majority.
Yeah, I don't know why Montana hasn't been called yet, but I mean, it's a reliably red state, and there's not going to be any surprises there. I'm sure. Maybe it's just a matter of what time.
I think it's timing. Yeah, 10 o'clock Eastern time.
Yeah, so there you go. There's that. Let's go through the group real quick. Because these are the states we're watching. I hate to be repetitive, but these are the ones that matter. In Georgia, 76% of the vote in. Donald Trump, 52.4. Kamala Harris, 46.9.
Holding that lead.
In North Carolina, with 61% of the vote in. It is Trump, 51.64, and in Kamala Harris, 47.3. I think we heard the senator say that North Carolina has been called, not by Fox, but...
It's been called by DecisionDeskHQ.com. That's the first ones to call it, but it has been making its rounds online.
Yeah, so we'll be watching that. Maybe they have looked at what's still out there, and feel confident enough to go forward. We'll watch that one. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, 57% of the vote in. Trump, well, let's just call it 50%. Kamala Harris, 48.3.
Wow. Nice. Hold on to that lead.
Yeah. And again, we're still waiting. We only have 30% of the vote in the state of Pennsylvania. Harris leads at the moment, but I'm not too worried about it yet. In Michigan, we have only 13% of the vote in. It's Trump 45, Harris 52. Again, not too worried about it yet. Wisconsin, it's a lot closer than I imagined. 19% of the vote in, we'll call it 20%. Trump 48, Harris 50 in the state of Wisconsin. Other states that are out there, I don't know. I'm surprised. Guys, look at New Mexico. 18% of the vote in, 50% for Trump, 48% for Harris.
Wow.
Well, that's another spot where we saw Trump make a last-minute stop during the campaign because he thinks it's in play.
He went to Albuquerque, and I went, why? I may have to eat those words.
And you wonder if some of those voters on the southern, obviously New Mexico, my in-laws are from New Mexico, and every one of them says that it's a big problem for them, even if they have heartburn about Donald Trump. The immigration issue is first and present in their minds every single day of their lives, and so you wonder if that goes to the polls with them.
Energy-producing state as well.
Yeah, no doubt.
And out of all the border states, they're the least talked about. They're easily the most forgotten. So you could understand why they would look left and look right and go, yeah, we're going to go with the guy that actually cares about securing the border.
That's interesting. Well, I don't know. I don't see any other breaking news. Those numbers are looking, about like you'd want them to look. I would be real surprised if they don't call North Carolina and Georgia pretty soon, especially Georgia. They must have some outlying boxes that are big boxes.
I'm looking. That's exactly what I'm looking at, Brian. And I'm trying to find Fulton County. Fulton County is probably the bluest of the counties surrounding the Atlanta area. Now, you'll have Gwinnett, Fulton, DeKalb will all be blue, bright blue. And every single one of them has 71 to 77% of the vote in. 78% in Cobb County. These are all suburbs of Atlanta or the surrounding counties within Atlanta that make up that big blue blob, much like Nashville is or Memphis is in the state of Tennessee. And all of those counties are reporting really high numbers outside of Gwinnett, which is only 16% in, and Gwinnett's about 60% for Harris. But still, one wonders how in the world that could possibly impact this to a 5 percentage vote margin, as it looks like Donald Trump has, a commanding and, 5 percentage point lead. But his vote total lead is about 200,000 votes with 77% of the vote in at this stage. So it has to be close, one would expect.
The Fox News decision desk has said that the battlegrounds of Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania still too close to call. However, they did some exit polling in the state of Pennsylvania and found that 53% of Pennsylvanians wanted substantial change in how the United States is run. So that's a good sign.
Well, and I'll say this. We've been watching those numbers, and, when the first numbers came in and you were only looking at about 20% of the vote totals, it was really skewed toward Harris. I think it was 60 to 40 or something along those lines. I've been watching, Brian, and as the numbers come in, still only 32% of the vote in, but Trump has shrunk her lead. He has 47% to her 51.7%. So he continues to eat into that margin throughout the course of the evening. One would expect that trend to continue.
All right. Anybody else got any reports? Anything you're seeing? Any breaking news?
No, in Pennsylvania, we're talking about the disruptors in that polling place. I haven't seen anything else from that. What was it called? Center County?
Center County, home of Penn State.
Yes, home of Penn State. So haven't seen anything more on that. I assume if they're disruptors, they could very easily arrest said disruptors and escort them out. But maybe that's one of the reasons why it seems to be taking a while for the Pennsylvania numbers to come in.
Well, we were told Pennsylvania numbers might be slow.
It might be days, actually.
Well, and the update on the bomb threat was that they cleared the facility for the bomb threats in Georgia. They made sure that these were hoax threats. They were, in fact, hoax threats, and everyone who had previously been in line was allowed to vote. And in that particular county, I forget the name of it at the time, they applied for a an extended voting period, which I think is closed now. So that came to nothing.
All right. Wouldn't it be something if Trump pulled off Virginia and New Mexico?
Oh, it would be awesome. It would be awesome. CNN is reporting right now that the mood at Kamala HQ is a little bit glum. They said they can feel the anxiety in the crowd.
Or as Trump would say, it's glum. They're looking very glum.
Looking a little glum.
Not glum at the Wilson County Fairgrounds, though. How you guys feeling out there? You feeling good?
So
I think they're feeling good.
We got a room full of patriots here down at the Wilson County Fairgrounds, that's for sure.
Glenn Greenwald has tweeted this out. For the first time all night, the New York Times Needle no longer has the election as a toss-up. They now say Donald Trump has a 65% likelihood to win this election, leaning Trump.
Wow.
And our friends over at Polymarket, the betting site, has Trump at 78.4% chance of winning. That's pretty good.
I have every expectation that at about 11:02 Central Time tonight, we'll see that Donald Trump has declared the victor. 11:02, 11:05, sometime after 11 o'clock. Right, guys?
It's certainly starting to look good.
Has Fox called North Carolina?
The only one
No.
I'm seeing calling North Carolina is Decision Desk.
But they are 62, almost 63% in now. Donald Trump is at 51.76%, Harris at 47.2%. And the big deal is Hyde, see, and I don't know enough about counties in North Carolina to know. The coastline counties can be a little tricky sometimes. But the bluer areas in Raleigh look to be almost completely in. Charlotte area looks to be almost completely in. We still have Burke County out. That's one of those western North Carolina counties that was impacted by Hurricane Helene. And some of those, most of those are reporting almost 99% in. So who knows what the holdup is, but as Chris mentioned.
He leads in North Carolina by 165,000 votes. That's still a relatively small margin if you have some big boxes in some of the metropolitan areas. So that may be what they're waiting on to see what we are. But I like the trend. I certainly like what I'm seeing in Georgia. Now with nearly 80% of the vote in, it is Trump 52, Harris 47 in the state of Georgia. Let's go back up to Pennsylvania. Harris is now leading in Pennsylvania, 51-47. She leads with about actually almost exactly 100,000 votes. Exactly. But that's again.
He's shrinking that too, Brian.
Yeah, he's
shrinking that.
And by the way, the numbers are updating every time you look at it. So we'll be seeing some numbers out of there pretty quick. Again, 14% of the vote in Michigan. We only have less than 1% in Minnesota, so really can't draw anything there. And Pennsylvania, 34%. We'll wait and see what happens there. We better take a break here now. Let's call it 49 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7. 55 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7. I'm Brian Wilson, here with the whole gang, Dan Mandis, Matt Murphy, Chris Hand, and we are at the Wilson County Fairgrounds with a very subdued crowd. What's wrong with you people? There we are. Listen, no, actually, they've not been subdued. They're very excited about what's going on. And while we're waiting on some things to happen here, perhaps in the next moment or two, let me just run through some of the key states. Georgia, 79%, nearly 80% of the vote in. Trump, 52. Harris, 47. North Carolina, 65% of the vote in. Oh, it's starting to run away. It is Trump, 52. Harris, 47. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, it is 60% of the vote in. It's still tight, but Trump leads 50.09 to 48.22. So that's looking good. At New Mexico, just for fun, only about 19% of the vote in, but Trump leading in the state, in the land of enchantment by, I don't know, about 4,000, 5,000 votes. 50.3 to 48.2. So let me just look at Pennsylvania real quick. Trickling in. The numbers are getting more even. Still no substantial numbers. The same is true in Michigan. The same is true in Wisconsin. Iowa, 23% of the vote in. It's pretty tight. Harris leads slightly at this point. So, look, if we have calls in North Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, and then throw in just for fun the land of enchantment, wouldn't that just be a great night? It would be really, really hard to. The momentum would be definitely.
I know it's early, Brian.
Yeah.
I know we've got 60% of the vote to go, but I'm just obsessed with Trump chipping away in Pennsylvania, which is now. By total votes, we're looking at. They just changed. Oh my goodness. Pennsylvania just changed with 40% of the vote in. Kamala Harris, 50.15%. Yep. Donald Trump, 48.95%. He is behind her by 30,000 votes with 40% of the vote in. He's consistently, slowly, but steadily chipping away at that lead.
I love it.
Did you hear the story, though, about how in middle Pennsylvania, where it's very rural, all of the Amish buggies were lined up to cast their ballots today?
Yes.
Well, the Amish traditionally do not get involved in politics. They stay out of it mostly. They're very religiously conservative, of course, but also their politics are very conservative. The Trump people have really been working that area. There's some in that part of the world, not necessarily just in Pennsylvania, but in that whole region, 90,000 Amish people. And if they take it seriously and they start to go and cast their ballots in ways they have not done before, it could be a game changer. But I would imagine, I don't know, how do the Amish count their votes? That's got to be a great question. Not with computers, I imagine.
No.
Abacus? Maybe? I don't.
There's something special about a Trump convoy made up entirely of Amish buggies.
Amish buggies, that's right.
We need that.
All right. Let's see. Any other breaking news around the room? Anybody see anything? All right.
No, the obsession is just over these four on the eastern seaboard: Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia. Georgia and North Carolina, which will be called first. I expect Virginia and Pennsylvania will take a little bit longer, but one of those two, Georgia or North Carolina, will add to the Trump momentum that we're seeing early on in the night.
Well, we got 80% of the vote in the state of Georgia. It can't go much longer.
Yeah, at a 5 percentage point margin. Right now, he's ahead by over 200,000 votes with 80% of the vote in. It just feels good for Trump there.
You guys want a popular vote count?
Yeah.
Trump, according to Newsmax, Trump and the popular vote, 31.72 million for Trump. Harris, 27 million.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's go.
To win the popular vote and the Electoral College would be sweet. There we go. All right, well, listen, it's 59 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7. I think we're going to speak with Senator Jack Johnson when we come back after the news.
They're almost tied in Pennsylvania, by the way. Almost tied in Pennsylvania.
I'm Ken Weaver with the very latest on Election Day 2024 here in Tennessee. Former President Trump, the projected winner. Marsha Blackburn, projected to win a second 6-year term in the U.S. Senate, thanking voters from her watch party in Cool Springs. She said Tennessee voters have given a to-do list, including making the Trump tax cuts permanent, removing taxes on Social Security, and
secure that southern border and absolutely build the wall. Restore our place in the world and break a little more China.
As for the Tennessee U.S. House races, all of the Republicans projected winners. And here in Nashville, Mayor Freddie O'Connell's sales tax increase for the Choose How You Move transit plan is projected to pass. Secretary of State Trey Hargett says voter turnout statewide was steady but not strong, and he warned about a text some people received from a number they didn't recognize.
Yeah, some people received a text from a number they didn't recognize saying that their vote had been canceled.
Hargett says it's bogus, and they've turned it over to authorities to investigate. A ballot measure to enshrine abortion rights in Florida's Constitution has failed. A majority of Florida voters supported the abortion measure, but not the 60% of votes needed to pass. There are 8 other states with abortion on the ballot, including swing state Arizona. Elizabeth Schulze is in Maricopa County with more.
What we're hearing on the ground here is that a lot of voters, especially in Arizona, you have a lot of independent voters, a lot of those so-called McCain Republicans who might support expanding abortion rights, but that doesn't necessarily mean they will vote for Vice President Harris. And that's something that we're expected to see here, that splitting of the ticket. One thing we're going to look at really closely, obviously, also 11 electoral votes here at stake.
Yeah, West Virginia Republican Jim Justice elected to the Senate, defeating Democrat Glenn Elliott. This is for the seat that was occupied for a couple of terms by Joe Manchin, West Virginia Democrat, who's decided not to run for re-election this year, and now it's the first flip. Senate Democrats are on defense, particularly in some of the key battleground states. In Michigan, in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, in Arizona, and Nevada, there are Democrats who Republicans hope to beat, and if they can, well, then they can flip the Senate. Stay with SuperTalk 99.7 WTN for continuing coverage of Election Day 2024. Real-time results and analysis from Dan, Brian, Matt, and Chris at the Wilson County Fairgrounds. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
It is 9:02 on SuperTalk 99.7, and we are continuing our coverage. I think we're going to now talk to Senator Jack Johnson, the Senate Majority Leader of the State Assembly. The Tennessee Senate is what I'm trying to say. I'm starting to get tired.
Oh, no, you've been at it
I've been at it for a
while.
few hours there. Senator, are you on the line there?
Well, Brian J. here, and yes, we do have the Senate Majority Leader with us. Yes, the Honorable Jack Johnson is with us now, Brian.
All right, Senator, how you doing? How you feeling about the way things are going tonight?
Well, Brian, I tell you, I'm here with all the Marsha Blackburn crowd, and it's an incredible amount of excitement, obviously, for Marsha's tremendous victory, and what a victory that was, approaching 70% of the vote across the state. So we're very excited about that. Not surprising. She's incredibly popular here in the state of Tennessee, and we're watching these presidential returns closely, as I know y'all are, and I'm feeling very optimistic about President Trump.
All right, and just very quickly, can you tell me how things are looking around the state? I mean, no surprises, really. We have super majorities in the House and Senate. You feel good about that?
We do, yeah. Not much change there. On the state Senate side, we have 27 Republicans, 6 Democrats in the state Senate. We have 75 Republicans, 24 Democrats in the state House. Don't expect to see a great deal of change. There are a couple of state House races we're still watching that are kind of on the cusp. So I don't think we're going to lose anything in the state House. We might pick up a seat or two, but it's too early to tell.
All right, Senator Jack Johnson, thank you so much. We appreciate you
Thanks,
checking
Brian.
in. All right, it is 4 minutes now past the hour of 9 o'clock. It is 7 minutes now past the hour of 9 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7. Very quickly, since we were on last, they have called the state of Montana for President Trump and Utah. And I didn't catch it if they called the Senate race in Montana, but they should, because that's a pretty sure bet that Sheehy's going to beat Tester there, which would put us in control of the Senate for sure. So if that hasn't been called yet, I think it'll be happening soon. I'll go around the horn very quickly, and then we'll go to everybody for comments. Georgia, we got 81.45% of the vote in. Trump 52%, Harris 47%, looking good. North Carolina, 68% of the vote in. It is Trump 51.8, Harris 47.1. Commonwealth of Virginia, 62% of the vote in. It is Trump 49.7, Kamala Harris 48.57. He leads there. And again, the longer that goes, the better I like it. That looking pretty good. Pennsylvania, it is now Trump in the lead. But it's tight. It is Trump 50.14, Harris 48.95. I think
it's about a 40K difference in votes.
Yeah, about 40,000 vote difference there. Again, let's check very quickly. Michigan. Look, she's still in the lead, but it's still a very small turnout being reported. Wisconsin. Well, we've got about 40% of the vote in right now, and it's Trump in the lead. In Wisconsin right now, 40% of the vote in, Trump 50.3, Harris 48.18. Wisconsin.
So, I mean, it is really close in Pennsylvania, really close in Wisconsin, and we're getting further and further into those vote counts, and Trump is right up with her.
Yeah, listen, I'm feeling good about the way things are developing in Pennsylvania. It's going to be white knuckle all the way to the end in Virginia. North Carolina and Georgia stepping up nicely. You know, it's going to be, now we'll start turning attention, I think, because it's going to be a while before the Rust Belt states come in a significant way. We'll start turning our attention to Arizona and Nevada, I would imagine.
Well, I like seeing that Wisconsin has already 40% of the vote in.
Yes.
And Trump's up by 2 points, 50.3% to 48.13%. That's, I mean, that bodes well. And it's all about where the counties are still out and, you know, how many of those votes are out. But 40% of the vote in, and he's up there. It still bodes well for Trump later on in the evening.
All right, I haven't seen, surprisingly, no real big breaking stories beyond just getting the vote totals in. It's been relatively quiet around the country. No real, emergencies to report. No breaking news of any nature, with the exception of that one thing that happened that we seem to not be able to hear.
Yeah, I think that's over and done.
Yeah, whatever happened. So it's looking pretty good.
I think the thing that makes me feel really good when we were talking about this earlier is that there were issues in Pennsylvania. Of course, there was issues earlier this week in Bucks County, or last week, whenever it was. And these issues have been solved very quickly, and they've jumped right on it. And good on the Trump the Trump campaign and Laura Trump for keeping an eye on all of those things and having the lawyers to challenge these things.
100%. It feels like in 2020 we got caught slipping in a lot of places. And it doesn't seem like there's any room for slippage right now. Everybody is on guard, and they're ready to call out any BS they see.
Well, and so far this evening, I mean, it's the bottom line that we've been talking about for weeks, if not months now, that you can demagogue and demonize the guy all you want.
Yep.
But if my wallet, if my bank account has been impacted by the last 3.5 years, I see beyond that. You can't lie your way out of the grocery store. And a lot of these economic and pocketbook issues matter. And a lot of the border security issues matter. And the fact that she couldn't define herself on most any issue, and they had to lean on primarily the, quote, reproductive rights / abortion issue toward the last part of the campaign. If these numbers hold, it indicates that she did not see those younger voters, particularly those younger female voters, that they anticipated. Plus, I mean, you said something earlier, Chris, these exit polls that indicated 25% of black males in Georgia going for Trump.
Unreal.
Game over.
Unreal.
Game over.
Well, we have just a moment. Let me ask you another sort of tangential question. I'm seeing stories here already. The Electoral College puts most American voters on the sidelines. And you know, the Democrats have been talking about how they hate the Electoral College. I have always been a big fan of the Electoral College, protecting the rights of the smaller states so that the big population center don't run rampant over them. I think that's what is the importance of the electoral system. But do you think the Democrats are going to try to make a big push on this?
I think they'll try, but
they can make a push that doesn't matter if we have the Senate.
Exactly.
Yeah, isn't that great? Isn't that fantastic? You know,
it's a nice safety
just
net
to say, as an old creature of Washington, you know, I walk those halls of the United States Senate. I have a real affinity for that institution, and it's something special. You know, when if you're going to have one of the two bodies, and I don't think it's looking great for the House tonight. The House may flip to Dems, but we'll see. But if you're going to have one of the two, you want the Senate. They handle Supreme Court confirmations, and you know, can you imagine a 7-2 conservative Supreme Court?
Let's go.
By the way, the New York Times live forecast of the outcome. You got that needle that they do? They are leaning Trump with a 73% chance of victory. That's from the New York Times.
That's a good sign.
That's a good sign.
They're saying Electoral College estimate from the New York Times. Trump 289, Harris 249.
My prediction was 287.
And the and I'm looking at the Kalshi website, which is a projection website on a forecast level. This is kind of a better site. Georgia, 91% likely to go Trump. Pennsylvania, 62% likely to go Trump. Michigan, 51% likely to go Trump. And North Carolina, 94%. And Arizona, 86%. I mean, all of these things are breaking the same way, which is such great news.
We mentioned a second ago the exit polling from NBC, where in Georgia you have 25% of black men voting for Trump, which is massive. But they actually just dropped other exit polling, this time out of Wisconsin. And it mirrors what we're seeing in Georgia. This year in Wisconsin, Trump is polling about 20% of the black vote. 20%. To put
that's a big increase.
To put that in perspective, he won about 8% of the black vote in 2020.
Yeah. So that's interesting.
And just in on the Senate side of things, it's expected by NBC News is projecting that in the U.S. Senate race in Maryland, this was an anticipated victory for the Democrats. Angela Alsobrooks is expected to win the United States Senate seat as a Democrat in the state of Maryland.
Yeah, I was hoping out a good thought for Hogan, Larry Hogan, but you know, it's an awful big. When 3 out of every 4 persons in the state is a Democrat, it's 75% of the people in the state of Maryland are Democrats. So.
My grandpa used to say it's a tough row to hoe.
It is a very tough row to hoe.
Yeah, and expect to come out victorious. But man, oh man, the electoral map continues to look good. And we're just at that point in the evening where you're just waiting. And I recall this every time we do these election cycles. You're like, what's taking so long to count them? Can we just count them and get it over with? Please.
Well, along those lines, from the online, the RNC just forced Centre County. We've been talking about Centre County all night.
Right. Just saw this.
The RNC is now forcing them to continue to count the ballots throughout the night after they plan to stop counting. So RNC is saying, no, you're going to keep counting. And so the folks who are sending the tweets are saying, this means that there's not going to be any theoretically late-night ballot dumps.
This also begs the question, was the group of the disruptors that we heard about in Centre County the people that were supposed to be counting the ballots in Centre County?
And interestingly, I'm looking at the county total. According to Fox News, 57% of the vote in. Trump leading in Centre County 52% to 47% thereabouts. So with almost 58% of the vote in, I mean, it's 10-15 in Pennsylvania. What are you talking about calling it at 10-15? Let's go. Let's count the votes like we're supposed to.
But it's another example of the RNC being absolutely on their game and where they need to be playing their position.
The ground game has been great.
Let's be honest. When is the last time we've said, wow, the RNC did a good job?
Yeah, when's the last time we said the Republicans have a great ground game?
Seriously.
It hasn't happened. Not in my memory.
By the way, Democratic strategist James Carville says early voting results not sterling for Kamala Harris. What he says.
He has a way of putting words together, doesn't he? Well, I mean, look, I hate to keep repeating the same information, but it is the most vital information of the night. In Georgia, 82% of the votes, Trump at 52, Harris at 47.3. North Carolina, 70% of the vote in, Trump 52.2, Harris 46.7. Commonwealth of Virginia, 65% of the vote in, Trump at 49.5. This is going to be tight. Harris at 48.8. Again, just for fun and for laughs, let's take a look at New Mexico. I don't know.
I think Harris got a good dump.
Harris got a good dump, but it's only 28% of the vote in. But it's closer than I imagined it would be in the state of New Mexico as things stand right now. And I don't know. I think those are the most important things. Trump leading now in Iowa, 51.5 to 47 points for Harris, with about 37% of the vote in. So they still got a long way to go there.
Boy, Wisconsin, so razor thin, Brian. 45% of the vote in, almost half the vote in. And the percentage totals, Trump 49.4%, Harris 49.1%, separated by, with a vote total of over 1.5 million votes, separated by less than 5,000 votes. Incredible slim margin.
Yep. Again, we're in that lull, but I think things shaping up nicely. Still, look, I think they're going to have to call probably North Carolina, Georgia pretty soon. But, I mean, they may wait till the very last moment.
There are people jumping out in front of North Carolina. You got Decision Desk calling it. You got Newsmax projecting Trump as the winner in North Carolina. So
it's starting to look that way, doesn't it? And then I think we'll turn our attention to Arizona and Nevada as those polling places start to close out on the west side of the country. Right now, it's 20 minutes past the hour of 9 o'clock. Let's take a break now. Back in just a moment. You're listening to election coverage on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. There is something weird about a group called Europe providing that music for our American election, but we'll take it. It is the final countdown. We're getting down to it. Chris, you were looking at some stuff that you wanted to share with the audience?
Yes, the New York Times, the failing New York Times, is now predicting that Trump will win the Electoral College and the popular votes.
Wow.
Whoa.
How about jumping in front of that parade, New York Times?
If somebody had asked me if the crowd would be cheering for the New York Times tonight, I would not have made that bet.
I would not have been on my bingo board.
We were looking just a moment ago at North Carolina, still about 1.5 million votes out. So there are a lot of votes there to be yet to get counted. So that's probably why they're not calling North Carolina.
But he is up, 52.5% to 46.5%. So he's widening the gap as the votes are tallied. Georgia, I just hesitate to say, but it's true, getting smaller as the votes come in, but not a lot of votes outstanding. 88% almost of the vote in, 51.3% Trump, 48% Harris. So still almost 3.5 percentage point margin.
We're waiting for the big dumps from the big cities, right?
That's right.
So, but if the data holds true that Trump is getting more of the black vote, those dumps aren't going to be as large for Harris as they anticipate. In Anson County, North Carolina, Trump just won that, 40% black.
Wow.
You got exit polls out of Georgia, 25% of the black vote going to Trump.
Ooh, that is amazing.
It's unreal.
Just in the state of Georgia, we have about 656,000 votes still left. So it's getting down to it. It really is. There are, 51.2 to 48.1 in the state of Georgia. So, I think they're going to be calling them soon.
Trump has widened his lead just by a marginal bit in Wisconsin, about half the vote in, 48%. Trump's got a 1 percentage point lead over Kamala Harris, 49.75 to 48.76. So that's, I just like seeing Trump on top in all of these battleground states as we speak. Now, Harris is... she continues to lead in Michigan, but we've only got 20% of the vote in Michigan.
She's also retaken the lead in the state of Virginia, 49.4 to 48.9.
I still say it's a battle it's a battle to compete in Virginia, and the expectations were that she was going to beat him fairly easily in Virginia. They always considered that a blue state, so the fact that he's battling in that state says a lot about what his night is.
Dan Mandis.
So New York Times is sending this out. They've got the final estimates, 10:15. Wisconsin, they're saying Trump is up 1.1. Nevada, Trump 1.8%. Michigan, Trump is up 1.9%. Pennsylvania, 1.9%. Georgia, Trump is up 2.6%. North Carolina, Trump up 3.2%. And Arizona, Trump up 3.9%. And they say Donald Trump
Are those predictions or are those where we are?
It says final estimates.
Estimates. So those are estimates.
If I didn't know any better, I'd bet the New York Times would predict that the Electoral College would go for Donald Trump.
See, I was saying that the New York Times, of all places, seems like they are going Trump's way.
I'm here for it.
More than, we keep waiting for Georgia. I know you are.
Should somebody tell him? Chris just reported that the New York Times is now predicting that he will win the Electoral College.
Okay.
And the popular vote.
And the popular vote.
And the popular vote. So listen, Dan, that's good stuff. Everything trends his way, but I'll be the wet blanket for just a second. We got at least an hour and 30 minutes to go before any of this is going to happen, right, guys? And and all of the battlegrounds are still right there. Georgia's right there. North Carolina's right there. Virginia's right there. Pennsylvania's right there. Michigan's right there. Wisconsin's right there. They're all white. We're anticipating that many of them are going to go Trump's way. But man, oh man, I hate to mention it, but Donald Trump said too big to rig on election night. Otherwise, who knows what happens? And you have to feel like we've got to overcome those margins in Georgia, in North Carolina, and even in Pennsylvania, where Donald Trump is now over 2 points up in Pennsylvania, 55% reporting. He is at 51% to 48% in Pennsylvania. So that's actually a 3-point margin right now, almost 3.
Yeah, almost 100,000 votes up. So that's good. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's all coming together, but it's still very early. I don't know. This is Minnesota, nothing there. Wisconsin, Trump leading with 50% of the vote in, or 49% of the vote in. Trump in Wisconsin is 822. Well, it's 49% to 48%. So basically, he's got about a 1 point lead on it. Well, it just updated now. It's very tight. Trump leading by just a hair, maybe 15,000 votes.
Arizona. I'm looking at Arizona, which is now about half in, and I don't know Arizona. I mean, the counties are huge out there. I don't know Arizona counties well enough to speculate. I think the Tucson area and the Phoenix area, we're looking at about half those votes in. Several Arizona counties are not reporting at all, and those would be the more rural counties, I would think, on the Mexico border.
Right.
And it's razor thin right now with Kamala Harris holding. She has a 0.16% margin right now in Arizona, and that's about half the vote in. So, I mean, Arizona was anticipated to go for Trump, and I expect it would break that way at some point as the evening moves on.
I think Arizona's going to go for Trump. The ground game that's been there from Turning Point action, they've been at every college campus. They've been everywhere chasing the vote, harvesting ballots, nonstop, just foot on the gas. I don't see Arizona going any other way.
Well, and this is going to be relevant in Arizona. NBC exit poll, Latino men swing for Trump over Harris by 10 points.
Yikes.
That's an NBC exit poll. And for what it's worth, Decision Desk via the Daily Wire just called Georgia for Donald Trump.
Whoa. All right.
Oh, hello. How about that?
Yeah, it's getting close. They're going to have to call it.
And that's where we're at now. And, I don't know if a hand was following. I mean, back in the 2000 election cycle, I mean, we all remember how that went down with Florida getting called early, many of the news agencies having to roll back their calls and having egg on their face when they had to do so. So I feel like they're going to be hesitant to call any of these that they feel like might float one way or the other. So we might sit here for a minute to listen for North Carolina or Georgia, despite the fact that some news organizations are going ahead and making the call.
Maybe we'll have that when we come back from the news. It's 9:30 on SuperTalk 99.7.
"9:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with Election 2024. All of Tennessee's Republican U.S. House members are projected winners. Here's Andy Ogles in the 5th District.
I've won my race. Now we continue to pray for President Donald Trump that we take the White House, we take the Senate, and we hold the House of Representatives.
Marsha Blackburn projected to win a second 6-year term in the U.S. Senate.
The people have pretty much given us a to-do list, and I kind of like it. I really do.
Now, she vowed to fight to bring down prices, make the Trump tax cut permanent, secure the southern border by finishing the border wall, and keeping boys out of female sports, to name a few. Here in Nashville, Mayor Freddie O'Connell's proclaimed victory for his Choose How You Move transit plan to use grants and a sales tax increase to pay for more upgrades like bus transfer stations spread out across the city and 24/7 bus service. Statewide, voter turnout was steady but not strong, according to Secretary of State Trey Hargett. He also warned of a bogus text some people received from a number they don't recognize telling them their vote didn't count.
We obviously turn over to law enforcement authorities, and they'll get in touch with the people that we got it from, as well as they'll do whatever they can to figure out who did that.
Tennesseans were not able to access the state's voting guide app for a while today. Officials say it was experiencing a high volume of traffic on Election Day. It is back to what officials say is full functionality. And right now in Florida, Whit Johnson reports from Mar-a-Lago, where a crowd has gathered in support of former President Trump.
There are a lot of young men in the audience here. I was at Madison Square Garden with that big rally there, some 20,000 people, and I spoke to a lot of these young men and asked them what it was about Donald Trump that appealed to them. Many of them, either weren't old enough to vote before or maybe didn't participate in politics in the past, but they were drawn to him for a variety of reasons. Immigration and the economy were a big part of it. A lot of these young men who feel like the middle-class American dream is difficult to achieve, difficult to reach, they felt like they could connect with Trump, and he was the man who could help them get there.
Stay with SuperTalk 99.7 WTN for continuing coverage, real-time results, and analysis from Dan, Brian, Matt, and Chris at the Wilson County Fairgrounds. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Did somebody request this music?
My bet's on Chris Hand.
Yeah, it sounds like something.
Good work. Good work to Malinoff back in the studio. Give that kid his flowers.
Yeah, it is 39 minutes past the hour of 9 o'clock. How you folks holding out there?
How we feeling? What a crowd.
Yeah, this has been a good group here tonight. And again, we are in sort of that lull period between the top of the hours when they make a lot of the calls as time zones start to shut down and they start to count the votes. I guess I should just go. I keep doing the same thing, but it is the thing we care about. Georgia, 87% of the vote in. Donald Trump, 51.2. Harris, 48.
Okay. Important to note, the Daily Wire has called Georgia in favor of Trump.
Yep.
All right.
Again, and I think it must be very, very close. North Carolina, Trump, it's tightening up. Trump 50.72 with 83% of the vote in. Harris 48. So he's got about 120,000 votes on it.
And that's another race where a few news desks are calling it in favor of Trump.
Yeah, and I think those two are going to come quick. I really do. In Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, we now have Harris in the lead for the first time, I think, tonight, or at least in a while. 71% of the vote in. Harris 49.6, Trump 48.72. And in Pennsylvania,
better news.
Trump 50.9, Harris 48.1.
Right.
Boy. If you're keeping up with the Electoral College count vote at this time, it is 211 for Trump, 117 for Harris, and we have Donald Trump leading her by almost 6 million votes in the popular vote.
Incredible.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, and I know, Matt, you and I were talking about this earlier, Miami-Dade County in Florida. This is from the Daily Mail. Of course, we know that Trump won Florida, but they say that Miami-Dade County saw the biggest increase with an 18 percentage point shift, with Donald Trump becoming the first Republican presidential candidate to win the county since George H.W. Bush in 1988.
Wow.
Another big thing coming out of Florida, a lot was made about the Puerto Rican joke at the Madison Square Garden rally. We saw a massive shift in the Florida Puerto Rican vote towards Trump. Biden won the Puerto Rican demographic 69-31. Trump, he lost it this time, but it was 52-43, and you could just see that
he's gaining momentum with these various demographics. And I think that goes to show you that the hysterical reporting of the mainstream media, people just don't care. They just don't care. And it's going to be interesting to see. I don't know. I want to tape Rachel Maddow tomorrow just to see how bad it is if Donald Trump wins.
What did you say? Meghan McCain said something about having no idea what Meghan McCain, who is no fan of Donald Trump.
Meghan McCain posted on Twitter, "I did not know it was going to be this early of a night." This is a big deal.
You know what? I'm still cautiously optimistic. I don't want to get too excited, man.
I am too, because I mean all of the recipe is, and I know none of us in this auditorium and nobody on our radio station wants to hear it necessarily, but everything is still there for Kamala Harris to swipe this unless and until some of these races are completely counted and they're called in Donald Trump's favor. Everything looks great. I mean, 211 electoral votes without Georgia, without North Carolina, without Pennsylvania, without the possibility of Wisconsin.
But remember,
Arizona's still out. Nevada's still out.
We've got California. We've got all these states are going to go for Kamala Harris. California, Oregon, Washington, those are going to go to Kamala Harris. And so it seems to me, and you guys tell me, does everything still pretty much hinge on Pennsylvania? I mean,
I think so.
We're waiting for Georgia and North Carolina to be called.
I think he has to win Pennsylvania. I mean, he has to win one. He has to win one of the three Rust Belt states: Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. He has to win one.
And Pennsylvania looks like the most likely. Huh?
They just called Iowa.
Iowa's been called for Trump.
He won by 12 points.
Wow. Well, there you go. That settles that question.
And so Virginia, I mean, it looks like, and I certainly don't wish this, but it looks like Virginia might ultimately slip away for Donald Trump. It'll be razor thin. But if you consider North Carolina and Georgia to be in Trump's category, then, like we say, as we've been saying so many weeks and so many months, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, if Donald Trump wins one of these states, he wins the presidency of the United States. He could win all of them, but he's got to win one of them. Just got to. And right now he's ahead in Pennsylvania with about 60% of the vote tallied, 50.8% to 48.1%. So that's great news.
He's ahead in Wisconsin.
He's with 55% of the vote tallied.
Yeah,
he's
Wisconsin,
ahead of Wisconsin.
Trump is at 49.9%.
Hell, he's ahead in Michigan. He's currently ahead of Michigan. There's 25% of the vote counted, or almost 25% of the vote counted, and it's razor thin, sure. And who knows what the outstanding, boxes are, but 49.6% to 48.5%. So he's ahead in all three of the Rust Belt states as we stand at 9:44 in the evening.
Now,
Central Standard Time.
You show in Pennsylvania, Trump 50.9%, Kamala Harris 48.2%. 60% of the votes have been counted. So do we know where are the 40% of the votes coming from? Is that going to be from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia?
I got nothing from Cameron County. I have no idea how big of a county that is, but that's right next. That's a little bit north of Center. In Center, where they were attempting to stop the vote count, you've got 68% of the vote in, and Trump's ahead 51 to 47. Allegheny County is 82% in. That's Pittsburgh, right?
Yep.
And then over, the thing is that down Chester County, Delaware County, Philadelphia, they're all looking in the 30s in terms of their vote count in. So we're still waiting on a lot of those blue areas of the state of Pennsylvania to come in.
Wait, remind me, what were those two states where they kept RFK Jr. on the ballot? What were those two states?
It was Michigan, and it was, I want to say Colorado. Was it Colorado?
I don't know.
I know it was Michigan.
I know in Michigan he's got 0.5% of the vote, which is not helpful.
That's RFK Jr.?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't worry about the RFK being a spoiler. I mean, you look in some of these states, looking at Pennsylvania, you got 20,000 votes to Jill Stein and 20,000 votes to Oliver. I mean, I think that those could play a spoiler if it gets too thin,
Yeah.
And the reporting has just started to drag in Georgia. North Carolina just keeps slugging along. There was a time when Georgia had 60% of the vote in and North Carolina was in the 20s. Now North Carolina has 84% of the vote in and Georgia's still at 88. And things are still 3 points to the good for Donald Trump, a little over 3 points in Georgia, 51.3 to 48%. In North Carolina, 50.7 to 48.1. Let me tell you who the spoiler might be, and that's Jill Stein and Cornel West in those two states. Because it looks like Trump has over the 50% threshold, and Kamala Harris is just several points behind on the 50%.
Well, you're right. There are a number of organizations that have started to call North Carolina and Georgia in favor of Trump. But, the bigger ones that you sort of look to, like the AP, Fox News, and the others, and CNN is way behind everybody else. I just looked at CNN for fun. I don't know, because I was bored. And what it showed was that they're saying all battleground states too close to call.
Oh.
So they're going to hold out to the bitter end is what they're going to do, it would seem. But, it's feeling good. It's just a matter of, they say it's too early. Fox says too early to call Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada. These decision rooms, they've got to be looking at really micro data at this point, because in the state of Georgia, 88% of the vote is in. There's like 89% of the votes in, almost 90% of the votes in. So with 10% of the votes left, they've got to be looking at specific counties and saying, well, as soon as that one drops, we can give you an answer.
Let me ask you this, Brian. Back in the, no offense, back in the old days.
The old days, yeah.
They've been calling some of these states by now, back in the day?
They were always very cautious. And one hears stories that there were great arguments. Hissy fits thrown in these decision rooms as they argued passionately one side or the other, and people would take different positions. But until there was unanimous agreement in the decision room, they would not call a state.
I love this headline. CNN reporter is stunned by first-time Puerto Rican voter's choice. Really? She's voting for Donald Trump.
Shocking.
Shocking. This goes right back to what we were talking about earlier, since we're in kind of a lull. But it goes back to what we all have been saying, and that is that there's a certain contingent in the media that thinks that just because they're outraged or they want to present some faux outrage doesn't mean the rest of us are going to buy into it. As a matter of fact, for a lot of people, I'd be willing to bet when they do a deep dive on the whole Puerto Rican thing, there's a lot of people in Puerto Rico that are or are from Puerto Rico that are really ticked because nobody bothered to really look at the trash problem in Puerto Rico after the comment was made, except Donald Trump, who came out with a policy on it.
And you can point to this in so many different ways. Like after the National Association of Black Journalists, when Trump said, "I didn't know she was black," everybody's like, "Whoa, what are you doing?" And he's getting 25% of the black vote. That's insane. It's insane. People are not listening to the mainstream media anymore.
Well, there's a reason that the old story of the boy who cried wolf resonates with so many people, because it's true. And I just feel like the mainstream media can only call him every name under the sun for so long. And they seem to ignore the fact that we lived under his presidency for 4 years. They scream about, oh, if he becomes the president of the United States, he'll never relinquish power. And people think, he did before. So why wouldn't he now? Oh, but this is different somehow, says the mainstream media. I just feel like they've been singing that same song for too long.
Too long. It is now 50 minutes past the hour of 9 o'clock on Super Talk. Time for a break. 55 minutes past the hour of 9 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7. I'm Brian Wilson. As the guys have stepped away to stretch their legs for a moment, let's check in with Jay Harper over at Blackburn headquarters and see what's going on over there. Hello, Jay.
Hey there, Brian. Well, things pretty well wrapping up here at the Hilton Cool Springs. Well, they're taking down the TVs, if that means anything. We do.
It's over there.
We do still have a number of folks here, however, and of course the Marcia Blackburn campaign staff and Jack Johnson. So that's pretty much what we're looking at here. But again, the handful of folks that are here, all glued to what monitors remain in anticipation of seeing where these swing states are going to end up. And, hopefully by morning, by the time I show up at 4 o'clock for morning news, we'll have some...
Not that you're bitter about it or anything. Yeah.
No, of course not. But, hopefully we'll have a little clearer picture of things by then.
I think you're right. It looks like things are about to. I mean, we've gotten to the point now where they've got to call North Carolina. They've got to call Georgia. There just aren't that many votes out there. We'll see what happens. And so, Jay, thank you so much for your great reporting tonight. Greatly appreciate your work there.
All right. Hey, thank you, Brian. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good stuff, Jay.
All right. So I'm going to go around the horn here one more time just to bring you up to date. 90% of the vote now in the state of Georgia. 90%. Trump 51.1, Harris 48.1.
Yeah.
He leads her by more than 140,000 votes. My math is always suspect, but I think I got that right. North Carolina, 86% of the vote in, Trump 50.9, Harris 48 even. So he's leading there in the state of North Carolina with 86% of the vote. He leads her by about 150,000 votes. That's rough. Pennsylvania, 66.3% of the vote in. Trump, 50.75. Harris, 48.31. He leads her by, about 120,000 votes there. In Michigan, it is Trump, 51.1, Harris 47.1. He leads her only by about 62,000 votes. Still pretty tight there. In Wisconsin, Trump 50.1 with 59% of the vote in. Harris 48. He leads her by about 36,000 votes. So, everything is falling in line. Oh, my goodness, have you looked at Minnesota lately? Well, it's only 9% of the vote. Trump leading with 60% of the vote in Minnesota.
Leads the lead.
Yeah, that's right. We'll take it. And New Mexico, Harris is pulling away with 65.46% of the vote in. I would imagine that's Albuquerque, Santa Fe, all coming in there. That's what I'm guessing. Arizona, it is, it's tight. With the 49%, nearly 50% of the vote in. Trump, 49.6. Harris, 49.5.
Wow.
Yeah. And we don't have anything yet, but we are just a few moments away from the polls closing in the western states. We'll see. Obviously, there'll be a bunch of blue states that'll drop pretty quickly, and that will even things up a bit. We're watching Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Those are the states we're watching very closely. You're listening to election coverage right here on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
Ten o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver, election 2024. Right now in Tennessee, All of Tennessee's Republican U.S. House members projected winners. 7th District Congressman Mark Green was challenged by former Nashville Mayor Megan Barry, who had this to say in her concession speech.
This is not the outcome that we had hoped for. I want to congratulate him and his team for running a race that was really good. Obviously, they won. We wish him well, and we wish him all the things about going to Washington and representing us. We want him to do well.
And the current mayor of Nashville is celebrating victory.
Nashville, thank you. We did it. After all these years, we have secured dedicated funding for transportation and infrastructure.
Mayor Freddie O'Connell's Choose How You Move transit plan includes a sales tax increase in Davidson County in order to partially fund dozens of miles of new sidewalks, hundreds of traffic signal upgrades, a 24/7 bus service throughout the county, and miles of what the mayor called all-access corridors in Metro Nashville. U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn projected to win a second 6-year term and said voters gave her a to-do list.
Really did give us a to-do list, focusing on the things that are really so important to them. Dealing with the economy, dealing with inflation, dealing with the border.
And Secretary of State Trey Hargett says voter turnout was steady but not strong in Tennessee. He warned about a text some people received from a number they didn't recognize.
Yeah, some people received a text from a number they didn't recognize saying that their vote had been canceled.
Hargett says it's bogus. They've turned it over to authorities to investigate to find out where it came from. He said, other than that, everything was really smooth in Tennessee. Let's check in with Dave Packer.
As polls continue to close, we have new projections. Based on our exit poll, ABC News projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Trump leading in the electoral vote at this hour, but we don't have projections yet for many of the states that Harris is expected to win. ABC's Whit Johnson is at Trump headquarters at Mar-a-Lago with another sign of the gender gap.
There are a lot of young men in the audience here. I was at Madison Square Garden with that big rally there, some 20,000 people, and I spoke to a lot of these young men and asked them what it was about Donald Trump that appealed to them. Many of them either weren't old enough to vote before or maybe didn't participate in politics in the past, but they were drawn to him for a variety of reasons.
Down ballot in Maryland, ABC News projects Democrat Angela Alsobrooks beats Republican Governor Larry Hogan to become Maryland's first black senator. And Republican Senator Josh Hawley's been reelected to his Missouri Senate seat.
Stay with SuperTalk 99.7 WTN for continuing coverage, real-time results and analysis from Dan, Brian, Matt, and Chris at the Wilson County Fairgrounds. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, 10 o'clock. Are you still awake out there? Yeah. I don't know. It seems like the enthusiasm is waning just a little bit because it's 10 o'clock. Now, we just had the West Coast states that have sort of closed down. And predictably, they're calling California, Oregon, and Washington for Kamala Harris. So that brings our Electoral College tally to 216 Trump, Harris 193. Still outstanding right now. Minnesota, where Trump leads at the moment with only 11% of the vote in. In Wisconsin, Trump leads with 61% of the vote in by a slim margin. He's up over 50.5 to 47.9, so let's call that 47.8. In Michigan, Trump leads 51.6 to Harris 46.65. Michigan is starting to pull away, but that's only with 28% of the vote in. Pennsylvania, Trump leads 51.3 to 47.7. That's good. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, I'm just going around the clock here, we got Trump 48.3, Harris 49.9. That is with 75% of the voting reported. Still some way to go, and I'd be interested to know which states in the Commonwealth of Virginia have yet to come in a significant way. North Carolina, 86% of the vote in. It is Trump 50.8, Harris 48.404. So he's leading there by about, 142,000 votes. Georgia, all-important Georgia, 88.39% of the vote in. It is Trump 51, Harris 48. So, I mean, I can't find a state where, with the possible exception of Virginia, where Trump is lagging. He's behind in New Mexico now. So they may call New Mexico, depending on what counties are out. But it looks like, hey, as you just observed a moment ago, Matt Murphy, it is surprisingly down to the battleground states.
Odd how that would be the case. Allow me, guys, a moment to thank and thank all of you for being out. I know that for some, it's been a wonderful night, and some are now leaving because it's getting late into the evening. But I want to thank our many sponsors that made our event here at the Wilson County Fairgrounds and the Ag Center possible. U.S. Pest was our presenting sponsor. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Glock Store, thank you so much to the Glock Store, and especially for their raffle that will be announced tomorrow right at high noon on SuperTalk 99.7, the winners of that Glock Store raffle. The Wellness Institute of Nashville. I should note that the Wellness Institute, if you guys are in the house right now, the Wellness Institute, their raffle is ending at 10:30 tonight, so in about 21 minutes or so. West Tree Services, Paul Winkler, Members Nutrition, Cover Nash, and thanks to our many fine food sponsors like Pig and Pie Catering, Space Cowboy Coffee, Music City Brisket, Smoky Dogs, and Fatty Matty's Pizza, no relation.
And thank the Lord for Space Cowboy Coffee. I'm just telling you, man. This
How
is good
are you going to
coffee.
are you sleeping tonight, Dan, man? You know, that's the big question that I have, Dan.
Do you just push on through?
Do you press on through, or are you sleeping tonight, or have you decided yet?
So here's what happened in 2022. Things were looking good, then I went to bed and everything went to hell.
Moreno just got the Senate seat in Ohio.
Hey,
All right.
That confirms it. That's it.
That's big news.
That's
great.
That's with West Virginia, Montana, and Ohio. That seals the deal for the United States Senate.
Yep.
The Republicans will have control of that no matter what happens.
Great news.
That is big news.
Newsmax is also predicting that Trump is winning Georgia.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand what's taken so long in Georgia. He's 3 percentage points up. He's he's 100 and, like you, I mean, you mapped it out, 142,000 votes up with almost 90% of the vote in.
What does this mean, guys? Fox is saying that the Harris campaign has basically gone dark on them. No answers, no answers to questions, kicking inquiries to Wilmington, basically getting no answers. Wild, says Fox News.
Well, remember in 2016, when Hillary Clinton, started to look bad for Hillary Clinton, everybody thought that, at some point they would come out and make an announcement and concede the race. I don't know what was going on. Maybe she was, into a little bit of that, a little bit too much. I don't know what it was. I mean, there were all kinds of rumors, but one thing that she didn't come out that night.
No, they sent out John Podesta.
Yeah,
I remember
who
that.
didn't have anything to say.
No, thanks for coming, guys.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. They had spent, I forget how many hundreds of thousands of dollars on fireworks.
Well, they were going to shatter a glass ceiling.
And they were going to shatter a glass ceiling. And so they just folded up tent and went home. And that may be what's happening. They obviously, I think they can see the writing on the wall. These are not stupid people. They're people who have different views than I and you have. But, I mean, they're not stupid when it comes to counting votes. They can see the writing on the wall, and I think they know it's not going to be a good night.
Well, let me ask you this, Brian. Do they have separate numbers than what we're looking at? Do they have, like, internals? Do they... Like,
yeah,
we're waiting for
They have
Georgia.
their own internal polls to look at. They're looking at the same data that everybody else is looking at.
They're probably doing a little better job of breaking down county-by-county races and understanding the expectations that they have in the outstanding votes, too. But I'll tell you what, the New York Times has all of the resources that the Harris camp would have, and the New York Times is now projecting, as we were talking about earlier, their live presidential forecast has a likely Trump victory at 87% right now. So, I mean, the New York Times is all but projecting that Donald Trump is going to be the winner of the presidential contest, at least through forecast.
Well, the Pennsylvania numbers just updated again. Trump 51.27%, Harris 47.78%, and that is with
almost 75%.
About 74% of the vote in. So I keep asking the same question, which is, okay, so is this taking longer than it usually does?
This is what happened in 2020. I mean, I remember Pennsylvania, we were up 3 at 10:30 at night.
Yep.
And everyone thought, man, we're going to win Pennsylvania, and the rest is, as they say, history. And then in the dark of night, something went horribly awry in Pennsylvania.
Yes, it did.
As in Georgia.
Yep.
But, so the longer they wait to call these states, the longer it takes to get the last 10% in, the more I get nervous.
Yeah, because we're waiting for a dump from, like, in Georgia, from Fulton County or, Pennsylvania, Philly. Those kind of places.
I mean, although I would say, DeKalb County is reporting 82% in. It's not like some of these Democrat-centric areas. I mean, obviously they have more votes in total, just by the sheer numbers in population that they have. But they're not lagging behind in terms of their percentages.
Fulton County has 87% in.
Yeah, 87% in, or DeKalb County at 83% in. You look at some of the more rural counties. I mean, Jones County is not that populated of a county, and it's got 0% in for some reason. So some of the more rural areas reporting 99 and 87%. So I suppose that it could get a little
How
more
could you
thin.
at this point of the night have 0 votes
I don't
in?
understand what's going on in Jones County, but Jones County has 0% in for some reason. As does, let's see, Clinch County in southern Georgia has 0% in. Brooks County in southern Georgia has 0% in.
They
No
must
clue.
have just gone home for the night. I think.
Just to hell with it. We'll just do it in the morning, I guess.
Well, and that's where you start to lose faith in elections, when everybody just decides, like we saw in, was it Georgia 4 years ago, when they just decided, we're going to go home. And that's when the accusations of ballot dumps and all that stuff came in. So, no, they should be counting through the night. I remember saying 4 years ago, you've got one job, count the ballots, hire more people. You don't leave.
You can't.
It's crazy.
Right now, just, doing some housekeeping while we're waiting on some of these other presidential numbers to get in. For those curious, and a long way to go in the House map, although I would suggest to you that the bluer states in the United States of America, that would be the left coast side, the shaky side, Washington, Oregon, and California are yet to report these House numbers in. But right now, Republicans have secured 160 votes in the United States House of Representatives. Obviously, you need 218 to have a majority there. Democrats have secured 107. But right now, Republicans are +3 on the night in the House of Representatives right now, +3 on the evening. But all of the left coast states, Washington, Oregon, California, not many to flip there, but Nevada remains out. Idaho, Montana, Utah, and major portions of New Mexico and Arizona. And then there are, white spots along the map on the eastern seaboard as well. But right now, Republicans are up 3 in the House of Representatives, relatively early in that count, though.
Yeah, right now in the popular vote, Trump leads Harris. It's 53,821,164 votes for Trump, 48,242,816 for Harris. So he is definitely going to win the popular vote, it would appear. It looks, again, I just can't imagine. In Georgia, we've got 90.1, almost 90.2% of the vote in, and they haven't called it yet. So they must be looking at something. I don't know what it is they're worried about. North Carolina, 88% of the vote in. Trump still leads, but no call. It is again, Virginia in the closing hours. I don't know what's still outstanding in Virginia, but 75% of the vote. And Harris looks like may win Virginia. Pennsylvania, Trump's still doing very well. 75% of the vote in. Listen in Pennsylvania. 75% of the vote in. Trump has 51.1. Harris, 48%. So that's good. That's pretty good.
It looks even better in Michigan now. 51.9 Trump, 46.4 Harris.
That's good. And 30.9% of the vote in. And Trump maintains that 51 to 52% margin. Harris is below her 48% in Michigan. What leads me to wonder is her, a lot of Muslim voters in Michigan, and a lot of Muslim voters not happy with Kamala Harris in that she would not go all in on the Gaza business, and she kind of hedged her bets on the Israeli-Palestinian situation. Probably upset at her.
And then she ran two different styles of ads, and people don't understand that the internet exists, and you can figure these things out. Where they're running pro-Jewish ads in Pennsylvania, and they're running pro-Hamas ads in Michigan, and that's just people are insulted by that. And at the same time, you have Donald Trump with one consistent message for both groups, and that's peace.
In other words, pandering doesn't work.
No.
Go figure. By the way, according to Fox News exit polls, Kamala Harris is only projected to win the youth vote by less than 8%. Biden won it by over 25% in 2020. That is a net gain for Republicans of 17.
And you can tack that win, that victory, on the coat of Barron Trump. He helped his dad with that podcast strategy. He was hitting the youth voters where they were, from the Nelk boys to Aiden Ross, everywhere. Going on Joe Rogan. I mean, he went on every podcast he could. Theo Vaughn. And that was a direct result of listening to Barron.
Well, let's also not forget, and you're right about Barron, let's also not forget the soundbite that will live in infamy where Kamala Harris said that, young adults in college are stupid, and that's why they need dorm monitors or whatever it was. I mean, that was something that we played incessantly as talk show hosts because it matters.
Yeah.
By the way, just to tell you that California is continuing to go downhill, Adam Schiff has won the U.S. Senate race in California, beating Steve Garvey. Adam Schiff, that guy, whatever. Moving on.
How to fail upward. Adam Schiff. There's your example. How to idiot upward. Adam Schiff is a prime example.
Oh, that's
how to lie your
exactly
way
right.
upward, too.
All right, well, let's take a commercial break here. It's about 20 minutes past the hour of 10 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7.
Well, could Democrats, a couple of races, Vindman in Virginia, we're not calling that, but if they're looking...
It is 23 minutes past the hour of 10 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7. Brian Wilson in the chair, along with Matt Murphy, Chris Hand, and Dan Mandis is wandering around somewhere. We're sitting here waiting for shoes to drop, and they're not dropping very fast. We are at 10:24 Central Time. We're waiting on, well, basically the battleground states to be called. Georgia. Can we turn?
Yeah, whatever that's going on over there, we need to. It's not happening over the radio.
Yeah, okay,
that's
good.
A good thing.
90% of the vote in the state of Georgia.
And 88.75% in North Carolina. Donald Trump still over the 50% margin. And still almost, let's call it almost 2.5 percentage points over Kamala Harris in North Carolina, with almost 89% of the vote in. And then Georgia, like you say, Brian, man, oh man, just hanging at that 90%.
Dying to know what they're looking at.
Yeah, just hanging at that 90% figure. And he's still ahead by 136,000 votes in Georgia, 51% to 48.27%.
Yeah. So again, I don't know what it's going to take for them to call this at Fox or at AP. Who knows? Has anybody checked this?
I haven't checked anything but Fox News lately.
Let me check the Associated Press, see what's going on over there.
Now, let me ask you a question. So, do you guys get nervous the longer that this takes?
Yes.
Trump,
yeah, absolutely.
I have this as Trump has called North Carolina. AP has called apparently North Carolina.
Oh, really?
All right, here we go.
Oh, well, I mean, I would not call that a right of center source. And, Associated Press, I don't feel like is going to call anything before they feel extremely confident in that pick.
Isn't the Associated Press like the place that calls the states?
Well, they are widely regarded, and a lot of people just go with the Associated Press.
Yeah.
But I mean, all of the major news networks have their own decision rooms, and they make independent judgments. They keep an eye on Associated Press, you can be sure. So apparently the headline is Trump's North Carolina win narrows Harris' path. Trump's North Carolina win gives him options toward the 270 threshold. Those are the headlines. That was only 1 minute ago. All
right.
That's good.
By the way, our friend Scott Pressler has tweeted out, President Trump won more votes out of Lancaster County than in 2020 the Amish delivered.
Yeah. I love the Amish.
God bless the Amish.
We would tell them that on the radio, but
they don't listen to the radio. That's right.
You know, they actually do break into people's cars and listen to the radio overnight. I know people that have lived near Amish communities, and it happens. It happens. Poly Market has Donald Trump at a 94.5% chance of winning currently.
Wow.
I mean, isn't it all about Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania right now? I mean, Pennsylvania.
That's it.
I mean, he's up 51.18 to 47.87% with 76% in, and you just feel like, I mean, these counties are not they're not lagging behind. The Montgomery County and Philadelphia and Delaware County and Chester County, they're not lagging that much behind the rest of the state in terms of their reporting numbers. They're, about 60% in, but meantime, he's 3 percentage points up, which accounts for well over in excess of 100,000 votes.
I mean, you got Pennsylvania. They got 76% of the vote in.
He's up almost 200,000 votes with 76% of the vote in. That's a good margin, and that's a hard margin to overcome, even in the Philadelphia metro, where they have to pick up all of these votes. All of these votes have to be picked up in Philadelphia. But back to your point, Dan. Yes, I mean, I don't mean to turn negative, but everything looks good, and all the markets say that he's going this way, and the New York Times and all of that. But I remember Pennsylvania just hanging out there. I remember Georgia just hanging out there. I mean, maybe we have a little bit of, what is it, Stockholm syndrome or I don't know. PTSD is maybe what I'm thinking about. Yeah, that we've been down this road before, and it did not end well. But it feels like Kamala Harris has to start sweeping, and Donald Trump just needs to pick up Georgia, North Carolina, and one other state.
Well, George Raffensperger, what's his name in Georgia? the
Secretary of State?
Secretary of State, Raffensperger, says Trump has an insurmountable lead in Georgia.
I believe that's probably
Well, let's
right.
go. Let's
let's
call
do
that
it
then.
Looking at North Carolina, again from the Associated Press, they explained their decision. When AP declared Trump the winner, he was leading by over 130,000 votes, with nearly 90% of the expected votes counted. Compared with the 2020 election, voter turnout was up in many areas that Trump was carrying and down in many areas where Harris was winning. Trump beat Biden in North Carolina by less than 2 percentage points. So that's why they called it. The Associated Press, again, has called North Carolina. That's huge. We're waiting on others to do so.
New York Times election needle says Trump is now likely to win the election with it being 91%.
Crazy.
Gee, money.
And it looks like, I don't see North Carolina. I'm looking at the Fox News screen here, and it says too early to call Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona. Oh, there it is. North Carolina's almost last in the list. So they're still holding out on North Carolina.
Yeah, I don't know why.
They don't want another Arizona situation.
They don't want to have to walk anything back.
Yep.
They err on the side of caution because, I can't tell you, the one time they had to walk one back, it was something that was talked about at very high levels for a very long time.
Listen, as long as that bad boy turns red at some point in the next 10 hours or so, we can wait. We've been waiting for 4 years. This room's been waiting for 4 years for these states to turn red, and I think we can wait. And you know what? When they can call it whenever they want to call it, as long as these numbers hold like they are.
All right, so here's my question, though. So all this time we've been talking about how we're going to have to wait for days before we hear some of these states. Does it look like now we may walk out of here with a winner tonight?
Matt Murphy said Wednesday afternoon. That's what Matt said.
I had Wednesday midday.
I said like a week and a half.
It's okay. I think Johnny
I think you said November 14th.
And I think Johnny B said December.
Yeah, he did. So look, I don't know.
Well, look, that's a good problem to have, to say, hey, I thought it would take longer. Hey, I thought there would be plenty of lawsuits. And look, who knows what will happen in the days to come, right?
Yeah,
if it's within the margin of error, there may still be plenty of lawsuits.
Well, the thing that I've said is I won't feel comfortable until Donald Trump has taken the oath of office.
Yeah, I get that completely.
Because you just don't know what they're going to do.
My wife told me, I hope they hide him in a basement after he wins until the inauguration.
Boy, oh boy. No doubt about it. As a candidate to assassination attempts, you perish the thought that there would be others. But it happened.
Yeah.
It happened twice. And so if crazies think of him as that much of a threat as a candidate for president of the United States, what are they going to think when he's president-elect of the United States of America?
Exactly.
Again.
And they've had just this force feed drip of propaganda calling him Hitler and fascist and dictator and all the phobes. So they're going to think that they'd be a hero.
All right, let's take a break and catch up on the news with Ken Weaver. It is 10:32 on SuperTalk 99.7.
I'm Ken Weaver with Election 2024 News. And as you just heard the boys say, former President Trump is projected to win the battleground state of North Carolina. Meanwhile, here in Tennessee, Nashville voters seemingly agree to a sales tax increase to help pay for Mayor Freddie O'Connell's Choose How You Move transit plan. Here he is proclaiming victory.
Across this city now, for the next generation, we will all enjoy the things we deserve: sidewalks, signals, service, and safety.
The plan includes dozens of miles of new sidewalks, hundreds of traffic signal upgrades, 24/7 bus service with transfer stations throughout the county. Tennessee U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn projected to win a second 6-year term. Here's Channel 4's Courtney Allen, who says Blackburn addressed the media at her watch party in Cool Springs.
She told us that some of her immediate priorities include getting the Online Kids Safety Act to President Joe Biden's desk by the end of the year. She also said that she is working to make the 2017 tax cuts under former President Donald Trump permanent, a move that she says supports small businesses here in Tennessee. Plus, she wants to improve the economy, decrease inflation, and secure the border. But for tonight, she is relaxing, enjoying another win.
I never take anything for granted. and I take every race seriously, and I listen a lot more than I talk.
Blackburn says that her opponent in this race, Gloria Johnson, did call her to concede. Blackburn thanked her for doing so and told us that she looks forward to the possibility of working with Johnson in the future.
Now, Johnson told her supporters this is only the beginning, and she's focused on trimming the Republican supermajority in the Tennessee legislature.
We know we're not going to win Tennessee back in one cycle, but this is an uphill battle. And I can promise you, we don't know yet how many, but we're going to flip some state house seats.
All of Tennessee's Republican U.S. House members projected winners. Stay with SuperTalk 99.7 WTN for continuing coverage. Real-time results and analysis from Dan, Brian, Matt, and Chris at the Wilson County Fairgrounds. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
It is 39, let's call it 40 minutes now past the hour of 10 o'clock. We are still sitting here treading water, waiting for the major decision desk to make decisions. As we told you a moment ago, the really good news is the Associated Press has looked at the numbers in North Carolina, and they have called it for Trump. We are waiting on Georgia, where 91% of the vote is in. We are...
Yep.
I'm sorry. The monitors, if you don't know what's going on the radio, are behind us. So every time somebody yells something, we have to turn around to see what they're looking at.
That's right.
In Georgia, 91% of the vote in. He leads by about 143,000 votes, but they haven't called it. Virginia, 80% of the vote in. And it is now starting to trend toward Harris in Virginia. But what a showing in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where nobody thought, a few weeks ago that there was any chance at all. In Arizona, 50% of the vote is in, and Harris is leading in Arizona. But we still have quite a bit of voting still to come in. Some of the rural areas will probably help Trump out in that regard. Nothing is happening in Nevada.
What is going on in Nevada?
Well, if I tell you, if anything goes south on this thing, look very closely at what happens in Nevada tonight. So that's what I would say. But in the battleground states in the Rust Belt, Minnesota, Harris is going to do okay. It looks like Trump is leading in the state of Wisconsin by about 175,000 votes.
Almost 70% in, too, bro.
Yeah, I know. And Michigan, with only 38% of the vote in, we have Trump leading with 51.7 to 46.5 for Harris. That's good news. Pennsylvania, 80% of the vote in, and Trump leads. So, I mean, these shoes have got to drop pretty quick, especially in Georgia, North Carolina, even Virginia, if they would just go ahead and call it, but because I think we're getting close in all of those three states.
Boy, I love seeing Pennsylvania by a almost 4% margin, Brian. Yeah. Almost 4% with 80% of the vote in. That accounts for about 208,000 votes. I think that's right. Yes, 208,000 votes with 80% of the vote in. And so that's all about these Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania suburbs. But I'm looking at some of these. Look, Philadelphia's got 70% of the vote in. Montgomery County, which is just north of that, is 71% of the vote in. Over 50% of the vote in Bucks County, and 85% of the vote in Chester County, where Trump is much more competitive. Now, Bucks and Chester, Trump's very competitive. Where she's really beating him is in Montgomery and Philadelphia and in Delaware, and those votes are well in excess of 70% in. That's good news for him.
Just to let you know, Fox has just called North Carolina on the map. They'll be making the announcement soon. So,
is this the kind of thing, Brian, when all these states start being called, like once North Carolina is officially called by Fox, did the other media companies start feeling the need to start calling the other states?
I think they try to isolate themselves, quite frankly.
Okay.
I mean, they can't help but notice when AP makes a big decision because they're so ubiquitous. But, I mean, what's interesting is it shows up here on the computer map at least 2 or 3, 4 minutes before it shows up on the screen.
Yeah.
And so, that, I think what happens is the decision desk has made a decision. They carry it into the control room. It's communicated to the talent. They pull up the proper graphics. It takes them a moment to do all that. But North Carolina definitely has fallen. So where does that bring us in the electoral count vote? It is 232 for Trump, 198 for Harris.
I'll tell you this. I'm sorry, Dan. If you look at the trend line and you see Georgia and Pennsylvania, which account for 35 electoral votes. If they go to Donald Trump, that puts Donald Trump at 267, just 3 away, just 3 skinny electoral votes away, and 5 states outstanding. So he wins any of those 5 states, including Nevada, which has counted nothing, then Donald Trump's your next president of the United States. It's as simple as that. But what
are those 5 states? You got Nevada, which that is. Nevada, potato. But I mean, Nevada, they haven't reported anything,
which is
so
just odd.
That is just weird. Something's going on there.
I got a text that said there's still lines in Nevada, and they're not going to report any numbers until all have finished voting.
Okay. Well, sure. 50% of the vote in Arizona, Donald Trump has a razor-thin margin in Arizona. But let me tell you, I mean, just breaking it down the counties.
There it is.
We turn around. There it is. It's official.
What was that, 3-4 minutes?
Yeah. I mean, really. I mean, it's odd. Yeah, that would be that much of a lag. But where Apache County in Arizona, is it Cochise County? Cochise County in Arizona, which are rural, more Trump counties, have 0% of the vote in. La Paz County, or La Paz, I'll go with, has 0% of the vote in. Where most of the votes have come in Arizona are in the more populated, Phoenix and Tucson areas, and then along the southern border. So I think Arizona still goes for Donald Trump, but it is razor thin in his favor right now. And Virginia, according to my map, Brian, has just been called for Kamala Harris.
Yes, and that's not surprising. She's been leading now for a while, so they've called the Commonwealth of Virginia for her. As it stands right now, it's Harris 51.8 in the Commonwealth and 47.2 for Trump. But a good fight there that nobody expected to be close. Trump people kept saying, keep an eye on Virginia. Something's happening in Virginia. Would have been great to have that as gravy, but it's not going to happen tonight.
I don't want to count any chickens before they hatch, but what are the expectations on this panel that if Donald Trump wins, let's say Georgia, Pennsylvania, and just for the sake of argument, Wisconsin, when he clearly has the electoral votes he needs, what are the odds that Kamala Harris concedes tonight or even in the next 24 hours?
Well, given the fact that they, as Dan was saying, have gone dark, I'm not sure that we should expect anything tonight. It just, can you imagine?
Just a new era, isn't it?
It is. And can you imagine, however, what she must be going through? Because they so are disgusted by everything that Donald Trump represents. They just can't imagine. They can't conceive of that they're going to lose to this guy. It's got to be a lot for them to swallow. I'm happy for them to swallow it. I have no problem with them swallowing it. But I imagine that they must be just beyond depressed at this moment. Not that I care.
Well, one of the things that we've talked about on my show is that if they're worried back then that Kamala Harris was going to lose, they're already on to Plan B, which is how to destroy Donald Trump's second presidency. That's part of my worry.
Or how to delegitimize the win.
Or that.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
or to go in court. They've learned that they can, they can hang a lot of their hopes in liberal courtrooms around the United States of America. They tried to do it with lawfare and to prevent Donald Trump from running. For a moment, and I don't want to once again get ahead of ourselves. I don't want to count our chickens, but everything that they've thrown at Donald Trump, and to Brian's point, Kamala Harris had to feel like, I've got this. All I have to do is show up and I win. But
she only had one speech.
Well, and that's right. If you refuse to understand why half the country is so supportive of your opponent, if you choose not to understand the people that are in this auditorium, in this facility tonight, then you're going to lose.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't just choose to not understand them. She chose to demonize them every step of the way.
Yeah. Well, and
she
Joe
went
Biden
a step
did too.
further. Yeah, they all did.
Joe Biden did, and the media did too.
The governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, said you're anti-American if you're going to vote for somebody that supports Trump.
Well, and Barack Obama, calling out young black males. You're a misogynist and a sexist if you don't vote for Kamala Harris.
And going on stage and repeating the very fine people hoax just days ago, insulting the intelligence of his own supporters when even liberal rags like Snopes have debunked it.
Yep.
What are you doing?
Dan, take a look at that New York Times you've got bookmark there and see what their percentage is now. I'm just sort of curious now that some of these states have dropped. The Electoral College vote right now is 232 for Trump, 211 for Harris. Outstanding are the states of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Alaska and Hawaii, of course, we can pretty much split those two. We know that Alaska will go red, and Hawaii will go blue. So those are really not considered too much to worry about. Very small electoral county votes. We got basically, they've got to call Georgia.
The poly market betting odds are still going up for Donald Trump. They have him at 96.6% chance of winning to Kamala Harris's 3.4% currently.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of time before they have to recognize the writing on the wall in Georgia. I mean, there's 9% of the vote left in Georgia. Several of the counties that are outstanding have 0% in. Who knows why? But those counties look like in more rural counties. And for those that don't know the makeup of Georgia, Georgia is made up of 100, and I'm not making this up, 159 counties. I grew up there. For some reason, they have more counties than any other state in the United States of America. I believe that's correct, except for the possible exception of Texas.
You have 254 in Texas.
There you go. So much bigger state. As you took Texas civics, I took Georgia civics back in the day.
That's right. It was required before I could graduate.
So, I mean, obviously, Georgia just erring on the side of caution there, but you only expect that it'll be a matter of time. Certainly before midnight, we should know Georgia and perhaps even Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania remains a solid 47.62 for Harris, 51.43 for Trump. So quick math, that's about 4 percentage points with only 19% left to go.
And he's up 216,000 votes.
And
that's a lot of votes.
What does that show you there?
So, New York Times chance of winning, likely Donald Trump still at 91%. They're giving him an electoral college estimate of 301.
Oh, wow.
And Kamala Harris 237.
I think, would you guys agree with me that if he gets to 301 electoral college votes, that's considered a landslide?
Anything over 300,
yeah. 300 is considered a landslide.
Massive.
I mean, that's huge. That means 301, you've won Georgia, you've won Pennsylvania, you've won Nevada, Wisconsin, and maybe, Arizona. I think, yeah. I mean, that's certainly a sweep.
All right, let's take a quick break. It is 52 past the hour. I don't know, 57 minutes now past the hour. We're almost we're coming back for a second or two before we head to the news. No changes since we were last with you. Waiting on the call in Georgia, waiting on the call in Pennsylvania. But it has been a good night thus far for Donald Trump. And the Electoral College vote, 232 for Trump, 212 for Harris. He has pulled in 60.8 million votes to her 56.6.
Sorry, Brian. 75% of the vote now in Wisconsin, and Trump remains up by over 3.5 points, almost 4 points there. He's up almost 4 points in Pennsylvania with 83% of the vote, 93% of the vote in Georgia. He's got 50.7 to her 48.5.
Are we getting to the point in Michigan where they may call Michigan soon, Brian?
I'm beginning to believe.
75% of the vote in?
No, that's Wisconsin.
It's Wisconsin,
yeah.
75.
Wisconsin.
Yeah. No, I think we're still a ways out in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, Pennsylvania. You're getting up there. 51.3% of the vote for Donald Trump, 47.7% for Harris, with 83% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So I could see a call in the foreseeable future, depending on which boxes still remain out, in Pennsylvania or Georgia at any moment.
He's up over 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. That's cooked.
Yeah, the word that I got was he had to, as you said, 700,000 votes that she needed to get out of the major metropolitan areas, and if she was going to go forward. Something just happened.
Guys, no. right now, an hour to go before we hand off to Red Eye Radio, and they're live, obviously, and we'll continue the coverage. Yep. Will we get to declare it, or will they get to declare it? What's your speculation? Will we get to say
I think they probably will.
I think they're going to be able to do it. We don't have that kind of luck.
I'm fearful that they're going to hold out in some of these battlegrounds up north.
All right, well, listen, at 59, let's go to break in time for the news once again on SuperTalk 99.7.
$11 on the dot on this Election Day 2024. I'm Ken Weaver, and let's get right to it.
Georgia, one of the most important battleground states, and now Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger saying...
If you look at who's leading the race right now, Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead with a number of votes outstanding.
With 90% of the expected vote reporting Trump leading in Georgia by around 131,000 votes. That's 51 to 48%. ABC News has not projected a winner in that state yet, but it seems the path for victory is narrowing for Kamala Harris. There are 6 more swing states Harris will need now to get most of them to win. Down ballot, based on our exit poll and analysis of the vote so far, we are projecting California Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff wins his re-election against Republican and former first baseman Steve Garvey.
Right now in Tennessee, in Nashville, Mayor Freddie O'Connell proclaiming victory for his Choose How You Move transit plan.
We will be safer together, safer on our streets, safer at our new transit centers that we will now build at more than a rate of 1 a decade. It's extraordinary.
Now, this plan includes a sales tax increase in Davidson County in order to partially fund dozens of miles of new sidewalks, hundreds of traffic signal upgrades, a 24/7 bus service with transfer stations throughout the county. Marsha Blackburn, projected to win a second 6-year term in the U.S. Senate, thanked voters from her watch party in Cool Springs.
This seat does not belong to an individual. This seat belongs to the people of Tennessee. And the people have pretty much given us a to-do list, and I kind of like it.
One item Blackburn says is tops on that list is making the Trump tax cuts permanent, securing the southern border by completing the wall. All of Tennessee's Republican members of the U.S. House projected winners, including Mark Green of the 7th District, who back in February announced he would not run for re-election until thousands of calls and text messages including one from former President Trump.
When the president of the United States calls you and says, I want you to do this, I'm a soldier. I always, 24 years in the Army, you do what the commander-in-chief says. So I said, okay, we'll do it some more.
Green says this was his toughest race, and his campaign knew they had to work harder to win against former Nashville Mayor Megan Barry. Channel 4's Steve Mailing spoke with Barry shortly after her concession speech.
Crowds in her living room were disappointed when she stepped to the podium to concede to Congressman Mark Green. Barry says she's proud of the work they were able to accomplish on her campaign, including raising the most money for a Democrat in Middle Tennessee's new congressional district. Green now returns to Washington, D.C., and in her phone call to congratulate him, Barry says she encouraged him to work hard for those he represents.
I think that this district deserves really great representation, and I know that he's going to do a great job. This was not just about 24, it's about 26 and 28 and 2030, and Democrats are going to keep on pushing, and eventually they're going to win.
Now, as for her future, Barry plans to use her voice where it is needed, especially when it comes to being vocal about the opioid crisis that mid-state families are dealing with.
Right now in Williamson County, voters approved wine sales in stores in Nolensville, and in Rutherford County, so did Eagle voters. Stay with SuperTalk 99.7 WTN for continuing coverage. Real-time results and analysis from Dan, Brian, Matt, and Chris at the Wilson County Fairgrounds. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Well, it's 7 minutes past the hour of 11 o'clock. We're glad that you're still hanging in there. Our VIP crowd hanging in there tonight. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We're sort of in that mode where we're treading water. And I don't know what to tell you except that we are waiting on a few states to drop. It is mind-boggling to me. Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State of Georgia, has said, look, the lead that Trump has is insurmountable.
Mm-hmm.
Why in the world would you not call it? I don't know. In the state of Georgia, 93% of the vote is in. It is Trump 50.78 and Harris 48.47. So it looks like they're just going to hold out until the bitter end on that one. Pennsylvania, with 84% of the vote in, Trump at 51, really, let's call it. Harris at 48. That's looking good in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Michigan, Trump leads Harris in Michigan 51.7 to 46.5, starting to pull away in Michigan. In the state of Wisconsin, with 76% of the vote in, it's Trump 51.2 and Harris 47.3. Minnesota, Harris still leads with 54% of the vote in. Let's go out to our western states. Still, we got goose egg from Nevada. And in the state of Arizona, it is pretty close. Trump has regained the lead in Arizona, 49.85 to 49.35. He leads her by about 9,000 votes.
I just recalibrated my math, Brian, and I forgot. I'm going to admit to you, I forgot a state. But I think you're going to be pleased when I tell you this. If Georgia and Pennsylvania, as expected currently, go to Trump, that is 35 electoral votes to Trump. That puts Trump at 267, needing only 3 to win. Well, I forgot about Alaska.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Alaska's 3 votes.
That's true.
3 electoral votes, which would put Trump at the 270 margin without Arizona, without Nevada, without Minnesota, without Wisconsin, and without Michigan.
How about that? Let me go to my 270 map.
Goodness.
And punch around for a moment.
I mean, I'm
but
very
see,
excited about it.
I guess I had already
You had already
counted
calibrated
Alaska on my 270 map. I have it at the end result, and I leave Wisconsin and Michigan out of the equation in my analysis because I don't know. I thought they might go to Harris. It looks like at least one of those might go to Trump. I have Trump winning with 287, but as you say, smarter people than me when it comes to crunching numbers, and that's just about anybody above the third grade, have Trump potentially winning 300 electoral college votes tonight. It's one of those things where we all know what's going to happen. We just have to wait for it to officially happen. And you got to wonder, wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall on some of these decision desk room where they have not yet made the call about the state of Georgia? That's just hard for me to understand.
The races still with outstanding. Michigan, with 52% of the votes in, he is up by 6. Pennsylvania, with 83% of the vote in, he's up by 3. Wisconsin, with 76% of the vote in, he's up by 3.8. Georgia, with 93% of the vote in, he's up by 2.3. And in Arizona, with about half the votes in, he's up by 0.5. Trump's up in all the states that are outstanding, with the exception of Nevada, which has currently tallied exactly 0 votes.
And by the way, folks wondering, Trump won Alaska handedly when he was running against Hillary and Biden. So he won both times.
Red state.
So, very red state. So, yeah.
I mean, so it looks great. It's just a matter of waiting. And I just don't feel like, remember, I mean, Dan, you alluded to it earlier tonight. In 2020, there was a point in the evening, maybe it was around now, I don't really remember the time, when we got the reports in that there were several counties in Georgia, there were several places in Pennsylvania, these places that were counting votes, and we were anxiously awaiting the tallies of these votes. They said, we're just going to stop counting and go home. And we're like, what do you mean you're going to stop counting? You can't just stop counting. But they did. I don't think they're going to do that this time around. I don't think they're going to be able to.
In Nevada, we just want them to start counting. that would be an improvement.
That would be nice. That would be nice. So, yeah, here we are just anxiously anticipating these vote totals. But things look good in the United States Senate as every major outlet has called. As Brian Wilson called, he was doing his numbers on his sheet of paper here. The United States Senate is going to be in Republican hands regardless of what happens in the presidential election. It's great news.
Huge.
Which, it gives us solace as we go to bed tonight that, you know what, I mean, we believe that Donald Trump will be the president-elect, but even, God forbid, something awful happens and it's Kamala Harris, the Senate is kind of a stopgap for preventing the most odd and extreme circumstances and policy positions that she holds to go through the United States Congress. So that's good news. As we sit here at, 11:13 in the evening.
Do we have any
Central
indications of what's going on in the House? I mean, I know there's...
Yeah, I saw some of those numbers. I actually saw a plus pickup of 2, and that is now... So I've got Republicans at 176 seats.
Okay.
They need 218 to win the majority. Democrats at 137. Now... with that said, a lot of the West Coast,
California,
virtually everything west of the Rockies is still undecided. So.
But this has 3 flips and Republicans at a +1 margin. So I guess Republicans flipped 3 seats. Democrats have flipped 2 seats. So it gives Republicans a +1 as we stand right now in the overall tally.
Yeah, that's again. However, a lot of blue states.
A lot of blue states to come, right?
Look, the House of Representatives was always a heavy lift. When you have razor-thin margins in the House, it's hard to maintain those in an election year like this. The Democrats were well funded, and a lot of the, by the way, a lot of the money was spent, millions and millions and millions of dollars in some of these states to try to take back the House. The Senate, that is such a safety valve. It's so refreshing to know. Again, you'd like to have ideally all 3, but if you're going to have one of the 2, the Senate is the one you want.
Well, and here's the deal: Supreme Court.
Exactly. I mean,
Supreme Court.
Well, and confirmation battles, and if for somehow the Democrats were able to pull off a miracle, they would, if they had control of the Senate, they'd be trying to do things like get rid of the filibuster, pack the court, push the Green New Deal. I mean, none of that's going to happen now. It seems clear because the Republicans have taken the Senate. And Donald Trump is on the precipice of winning the presidency tonight.
Well, and Dan, you mentioned the Supreme Court. I mean, Elena Kagan is known to be in, I mean, not Elena Kagan, but Sonia Sotomayor is said to be in somewhat ill health on the court. So it's possible over the next 4 years.
We're going to get a 7-2.
Oh, yeah.
Supreme Court.
And then another one, I mean, Clarence Thomas is not a spring chicken. You would like to believe that if he decides to retire at any point or steps down or whatnot, that you have a Republican there to replace that solid conservative on the court as well. So, yeah, I think you might be looking at a 7-2 majority at the court. Good news.
All those federal judges as well. I mean, there's so many good things about what may be transpiring right now. I don't want to get too excited about this.
Well, Dan Mandis, I should note, everyone that's still here, and we still have a substantial, well in excess of, I would say, 100 people or so still remain in the Wilson County Fairgrounds Ag Center. I would note that Dan Mandis was afraid that we would not be able to fill this room. Do you guys feel like we filled the room?
We did. Right.
I think we certainly did.
All right, so I'm a nervous Nelly. I get
but I'm like you. I mean, I go back and forth, highs and lows, and but Georgia. I mean, look at it. It's 1.5. It's 2.5 points, and there's only 7% left to count in the state of Georgia. Pennsylvania, it remains over 3 points or thereabouts. 3 points.
It's about 2.5, 2 3/4.
Yeah, with only 14 points or 14% of the vote to go. So, yeah, could these things swing in a bad direction? Sure. But let me tell you, half the vote in Michigan's been counted, and Donald Trump's up 6 points.
He is
in the state of Michigan.
Really well.
That's
amazing. After half the vote's in, now obviously one would expect that some of those larger counties in the more blue areas are the ones that have not been counted in Michigan. Although now that I'm looking at it, they're looking pretty good.
He's doing really well in Wisconsin still. I mean, he's at 51.21, and Harris is at 47.33 with 77 percent of the vote counted.
Yeah, I think one of the stories that's going to be written tomorrow is about how the union vote collapsed for Democrats, and a lot of those union workers went to Trump in the state of Michigan and some of the other Rust Belt states. I think that'll be a major storyline.
You know what? This is where policy matters. Joe Biden was trying to push EVs through and mandate EVs. That cost unions jobs, and that cost people jobs, and so they went to Trump, and Trump called her out on that. Policy matters. You have to do more than just insult people, and that's all Kamala Harris was able to do because she herself didn't have a plan, and she was also battling Joe Biden's horrible 3.5 years in office.
Speaking of Joe Biden, he just woke up from a nap and accepted his presidential election for the next 4 years. So I've been waiting on that joke for a while. I'm glad you laughed, Dan. Thank you.
Listen, nobody ever laughs at my jokes, so forget it. I'm not going to laugh at anybody else's. But they laugh, but I just heard some laughter. Thank you.
There is a memo circulating around from the Harris campaign saying, "Go get some sleep, guys. We'll hit the ground running tomorrow morning."
Are you joking?
No, I swear it's on
hit
Twitter
the ground
right now.
Hit the ground running?
They're going to hit the ground running in the morning. They want everybody to go get some sleep.
Well, that indicates that they expect that it's not going to be a good night for them. That means there's no concession coming tonight, no matter what happens. They'll wait till tomorrow.
Yep, they said, we'll keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we've been built for, so let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow.
You know, I was in Washington in 2016 when Trump won it, and much like tonight, we were doing, you know, our election coverage on WMAL, the Cumulus station there in Washington, D.C., and we called it at midnight, said, okay, guys, you know, go to sleep. We had hotels nearby at the station, so I literally just had to walk across the street and fall into bed. I couldn't sleep at all. I mean, you know, we're going to leave here at midnight and hand it over to the guys at Red Eye Radio, and they'll continue and they'll give you the good numbers tonight. But you know, I know you guys. Dan, I doubt you're going to get a wink of sleep tonight.
I'm staying at the hotel across the street from the radio station. I guarantee you I'm not going to be able to sleep.
Yeah, and I remember at about 2:30 in the morning, East Coast time, I could not believe it when it started to come around for Trump. Now, this is a very different night. He's led all the way. I mean, that was a come-from-behind win. It shocked a lot of people. Nobody saw it coming. It looked not near as good early in the evening. It looks really good tonight. So the comparison is very different. But, you know, again, don't you just hate this moment where we can all see it coming. We all know what's going to happen. The Harris people are sending people home. Which is an indication that they understand what's happening as well.
When they say hit the ground running, does that mean running back home to wherever they live and go away from Pennsylvania?
Running to fill out their resumes.
Yes.
I mean, according to them, running from, you know, the Donald Trump police who are going to arrest them all and put them in jail, at least according to them.
Yeah.
Here's an amazing exit poll statistic from NBC News, and, you know, it is what it is. They say that the nation has become less politically divided on racial and ethnic lines, and that Donald Trump is on track to win 1 and 3 votes, 1 out of every 3 votes cast by voters of color this year.
That's amazing.
That is amazing for a Republican candidate, especially a Republican candidate that's been called every phobe and ist on planet Earth, sexist, racist, misogynist, xenophobe, and all of these rest of these things. It just goes to show you that voters, as much information and misinformation is out there, they are smart enough to figure out which is which. They're smart enough to figure out who's got their back and who doesn't, and what things really do matter to them at the polls are the things that matter to them in their wallets, their pocketbooks, and in their daily lives.
Do you ever see this kind of an election, Brian, happening again, or Chris or Matt? Because this election was clearly worse than usual because you had one political candidate who just, all she had was attacks, and the most vile attacks. I mean, I don't know if you can get worse than calling a presidential candidate Hitler and all of his supporters Nazis.
After he's been shot at.
After he's been shot at. That's exactly right.
I don't know if we'll ever see anything like this again. I
can't imagine anything like that would ever top this election. This is one that will go down in the books. It'll be written about endlessly by historians. It is a remarkable story. A guy gets defeated and comes back and wins a second term. I mean, in the history of America, how often has that happened? I think one other time.
The political comeback is the greatest of all time.
Absolutely.
After January 6th, everyone would have thought he was dead in the water and that it would never materialize. He wouldn't even be the candidate. Then he gets the lawfare against him, the impeachments. He gets almost assassinated twice, and he keeps going.
I'm not afraid to admit that 2 years ago, when asked on our radio station, I felt like it might be best to pick a different Republican candidate because of the baggage that you knew the Democrats and the mainstream media would place on Trump. All of that felt too big to overcome. Yet tonight, we're on the precipice, not there yet by any stretch of the imagination, but on the precipice of him overcoming all of those things, plus assassination attempts, plus every bit of lawfare that's been thrown at him in the midst of all of that. It's a remarkable thing. Like Brian mentioned, I mean, outside of Grover Cleveland being, I think, the 22nd and 24th, if I'm not mistaken, president of the United States, we've never seen a president make this a style of comeback. It is something unprecedented in American history, really.
Assassination attempt, and then devolving into a situation where Hitler's name is literally, I mean, can you imagine, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, the name of Hitler being invoked in a U.S. presidential election? But it has been. And Oprah Winfrey, I could not believe what I heard Oprah Winfrey say the other night, apparently, as she was closing out for Kamala Harris. She said, if he wins, it's the last election ever. The histrionics are just beyond belief. The problem with Democrats is that they always go just a step too far. They just cannot help themselves.
They overplay their hand.
They overplay their hand. Every single time, that's what they do. If they had, let me just say, it used to be said of Donald Trump that if he in the 2020 election, if he pulled it in about 20%, he might have won. That a lot of people just just got a little tired, had some Trump fatigue, and he can wear you out at times. There's no doubt about it. But I think if the Democrats had just played a more moderate game on any level, they probably would have a very different outcome tonight. They cannot help themselves. They take the reins of power and they go full bore, take everything they can get, and it's going to take us a long time to undo some of the things they've done. But it starts, I think, on January 20th.
Can you imagine the hysteria that we are going to see when Trump takes the oath on January 20th? And he starts making moves to begin the deportations.
Dan, I'm worried about the hysteria and what we're going to see on the streets of America tomorrow.
I agree.
And especially
the rest of the week and over the weekend.
In the blue states out west, they called in the National Guard.
I mean, sadly, that type of language that Oprah uses, the type of language that many on the left have used, sadly, many leftists believe it. We never believed about Donald Trump what the left said about Donald Trump because we saw different, we experienced different, we think for ourselves. I'm sad to say that a lot of the political left believe some of the incredible rhetoric being used by their quote-unquote party leadership, and they're going to act on it. And I hate it. I don't want it to happen. But if what we're seeing on the electoral map, and once again, as Dan has mentioned a number of times, and he's right to mention it, we're not home yet. But if this holds true, sadly, a lot of people are going to take to the streets in the coming days.
We are way behind and taking a break, 25 after the hour.
11:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Election 2024. Former President Trump holding his lead over Vice President Kamala Harris in the Electoral College. But a couple of states still considered too close to call, those being swing states, Georgia, Pennsylvania. Even though the election coordinator there in Georgia says Trump has an insurmountable lead over Kamala Harris. However, nobody's calling that state yet. Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell proclaimed victory for his Choose How You Move transit plan to build bus transfer stations for 24/7 service throughout the city.
This will protect our ability to get more safely to schools in our neighborhoods on the sidewalks that they should already have. This is the way that people working in our healthcare and hospitality industry will finally have middle-of-the-night transit service to get them home when they get off their shifts.
Now, the plan includes a half-penny sales tax increase in Davidson County. All of Tennessee's Republican U.S. House members projected winners. This was Andy Ogles in the 5th District.
I've won my race. Now we continue to pray for President Donald Trump that we take the White House, we take the Senate, and we hold the House of Representatives.
Marsha Blackburn projected to win a second 6-year term in the U.S. Senate. She vowed to fight to bring down prices and make the Trump tax cut permanent, secure the southern border by finishing the border wall, and keep boys out of female sports. And voters in Nolensville and Eagle approved wine sales in stores, 7,424 for to 917 against in Nolensville, 357 for to 141 against in Eagle. Stay with SuperTalk 99.7 WTN for continuing election 2024 coverage. Real-time results and analysis from Dan, Brian, Matt, and Chris at the Wilson County Fairgrounds. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
No. I haven't had to do it before.
It's 37 minutes now past the hour, 11 o'clock. All right, you know what? You guys are awesome. Give
Y'all
yourselves
are awesome.
a round of applause because you really have held in there for us tonight. Our VIP tables are hanging in there in a big way.
Free drinks in the VIP section. Oh, wait.
They closed the bar. Too bad.
All right.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, boy.
Can y'all
hear? Can we get a little more volume, Kirby? Hey, Kirby, I apologize for interrupting your conversation. Can we get a little more volume over there for those nice people? Thank you.
Yeah,
so much.
we're talking
There we
about
go.
you.
There we go. We're talking about you.
Thank you very much for hanging in there.
I love this headline from The Hill, folks. Democrats feel 2016 all over again in Harris-Trump battle.
You know, I was hoping that while we were gone, I would see the state of Georgia turn red.
Blink.
And it hasn't happened yet. So, again, if you'll allow me, I know we were just repeating stuff, but, these numbers continue to look very good, but no decisions are being made. In the state of Georgia, Trump 50.78, Harris 48.47, with 93% of the votes in. But they have not called the state.
And
those votes haven't moved.
And the Secretary of State says they can't.
He said it's insurmountable, right?
You can't come back from that.
And then in the state of Pennsylvania, the all-important swingy state of Pennsylvania, it is Trump 50.94 and Harris 48.1. The difference, of course, is that you got some people, the third-party candidates are absorbing some of that, with 86% of the vote in, and yet no call there. Michigan is a great story. In Michigan, Trump is at 52.31 to Harris's 45, let's call it 46. So 52 to 46 in the state of Michigan.
6 points.
That's a great outcome there with 56% of the vote counted. And Wisconsin, again, Trump leads 51.2 to Harris 47.3. We go out now west to Nevada, where zero, zip, nada, zilch has happened. Not one vote has been counted in the silver state of Nevada. I read some analysis that it was looking pretty good for Trump in Nevada. Then I heard from John Ralston, supposed to be the guru out there. I don't know anything about him, but he said he thought that was a pretty strong machine for the Democrats there. They might hold on, but they haven't even begun to count. And then in the state of Arizona, it's tick tight, I'll have to say. Trump 49.96. The Kamala Harris is 49.24.
You know, you look at those Rust Belt states, Ohio, Indiana, decided for Trump, Iowa on the other side, and you ask yourself, well, what is Illinois doing? You know what Illinois is doing? Illinois is voting for Donald Trump, except for Cook County. I just looked at the numbers. Cook County has Kamala Harris up by 600,000 votes, and in the entire state, she's only up 400,000.
That's why they want to get rid of the Electoral College.
Well, precisely. I mean, you take away Cook County, obviously you don't, but you take away Chicago, Cook County, and Donald Trump wins Illinois as well.
CNN is now projecting Georgia for Donald Trump.
Hello. That's hashtag never CNN, everybody.
Donald Trump is headed to Palm Beach to address his supporters.
Yeah, he is.
I thought he was in Palm Beach.
He was at Mar-a-Lago.
He's at Mar-a-Lago. He's going over to the watch party.
Got it. Okay.
And so he'll be making his announcement. He may be talking. We've got alerts up if it happens in the next 19 minutes or so.
I was going to say, what does he say? I mean, he can't. Can he claim victory?
I would not at this point, but I'm not Donald Trump.
Because remember what Kamala was saying? Oh, watch out, because he's going to try to declare victory before it's time. Remember that whole thing?
Unless he got a call from Kamala, which I can't
I
imagine.
can't imagine.
Of
all the phone calls I would ever want to hear.
You did it. You did it, Donald. Yeah.
I need that in AI.
That's right. Instead of the "we did it, Joe."
Yeah.
So if the call for Trump in Georgia, according to Kevin Liptak, and this is live on CNN's website right now, just went over there after that announcement. The call for Trump in Georgia now essentially cuts off any path for Kamala Harris that doesn't run through the blue wall. After Biden won the state in 2020, Democrats spent a lot of time and energy there to keep it on their side. It was not enough. So now, I mean, she needs almost virtually, I mean, all of the blue wall, and it doesn't look like she's going to get in Michigan. It doesn't look like she's going to do well in Wisconsin. I mean, all indications point to Donald Trump wrapping this thing up before Dan Mann disappears at 5 a.m. bright and early on Nashville's Morning News. Go, Dan. Dan, they don't want you to sleep, Dan. They think you can do it.
Keep going, man.
Keep going.
SpaceCowboyCoffee.com.
Take over Red Eye Radio, Dan. You do it.
What is this going to do to the Democrat Party?
Oh, it's going to destroy them.
This, I don't know how they recover, because you've got 4 years of Donald Trump. Then, if it's as good as we all hope, you're going to have 8 years of J.D. Vance.
Oh, these folks like that.
You also could ask the question, are we watching a strategic rebuild of the Democrat Party? Did they know that they weren't going to win with Joe, and then they were going to run into the Kamala problem in 2028, so they figured they'd bite the bullet and deal with that now?
That's why they didn't want Josh Shapiro on this campaign, because he would be impacted by the absurdity of Kamala Harris's campaign.
And Tim Walz is a nobody anyway, so just throw him under the bus, throw Kamala under the bus, reset, whether it's Gavin Newsom or Moore or whomever it might be.
Right.
You dispatch of your deadwood and try to regrow the forest.
And they got to figure out something to do with Chuck Schumer. But, you know, Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, I mean, Pelosi's already, she's got a firm grip on the Democrat Party, though. So.
I mean, it's been an interesting flip in the last 20 or 25 years, guys, that, you know, when I was a much younger man, when we were all much younger folks, the Republicans were the older party. The Republicans were the party where, it was the next guy up. You know, Bob Dole was the next guy up. John McCain was the next guy up because he deserved it. Now you see a lot of young blood Republicans that'll be battling it out, rightly so, in the next 4 years or whatnot. And you just see a lot of old deadwood in the Democrat Party, the next person up sort of scenario. And it's a non-starter for the American people.
Well, you know what else? This really has changed the face of politics, because if you think about it, you had Kamala Harris going on all the usual network shows. What did Donald Trump do? He went on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Yeah, he did.
And so I think that this really is going to reshape politics. Who cares about Good Morning America when you can go on Joe Rogan or some other podcast? I mean, that's
a 15-minute puff piece or a 3-hour in-depth interview.
And by the way, 40, how many did it end up being? 80 million? I mean, who knows?
Incredible amounts of views.
Number of views.
The equivalent of a couple $100 million ad buy when you factor in the clips that were going around and the virality of it.
All right, so since we're doing this, what was the biggest mistake that Kamala Harris made?
Running.
All right, besides that, once she made the decision to run,
I think probably, I mean, you could throw a lot of things. I think she was too cautious in the early going. She never really did break out of her talking points. It became sort of a joke how vapid she was, unwilling to answer even the easiest question. I think all of those things were mistakes in the campaign. But honestly, I just think that from the very beginning, sort of the mood in America was, it was a bad 4 years. We need to do something different. And ultimately, I think that when the history books are written, I think that will be the message. They took something that was relatively successful in a good place, and they drove it right into the dirt.
And she was never able to fully separate herself from Joe Biden and the Joe Biden record. No. There was no clean cut.
And NBC is calling Georgia.
NBC,
oh, yeah. And those dominoes are falling, and that's not going to seal it for Donald Trump, but it gets it 248, and then you add Alaska, that's 251, and you get Pennsylvania in there, and you got 270, or a combination of Nevada and Michigan and whatnot. On the Kamala question, Kamala Harris was perhaps the most horrific candidate in our lifetimes.
Yep.
In as much as, was it that she couldn't separate herself from Joe, or she didn't know whether she wanted to separate herself from Joe?
They got somebody speaking at the Harris headquarters that is not Kamala Harris.
Cedric Richmond.
Oh, my God, this guy's a buffoon.
The word has come down that she will not speak tonight, and Trump's folks are gathering at the watch party, and he is expected to speak.
This feels eerily similar to John Podesta walking out in 16.
Well, Kamala was out at Howard University. She was going to make a historical speech after winning this election. She is now apparently gone home, gone to bed, whatever. People are leaving and going home. The place you don't want to be right now is Howard University.
Slamming White Claws, probably, at this point.
I'm sure that's what it is.
She's a few White Claws deep.
Right. In 2016, I feel like Hillary Clinton lost this election. She stood for things, but she was an entirely unlikable candidate.
Yeah.
Right? And she lost based on personality. Kamala Harris, you could call it her personality, but she was just vapid. She didn't stand for anything.
No.
And thought that she could get away, as Chris alluded to earlier, you think you can get away with walking into Michigan and saying, I'm all for Gaza, the Palestinians need this ceasefire to happen now, and then you walk into Pennsylvania and talk about how much support you're giving to Israel?
Exactly.
You can't do that. No. Not in today's society, because people see right through it.
And even a step further, the different accents, depending on the crowd that she was in front of. She would have her black church accent. Yep. She would have the ghetto Kamala accent, and then she would have the pristine and proper Kamala. You never knew which Kamala you were going to get.
Boy, oh boy, we've got some new. I'll just run them through. Brand new numbers out of Nevada. 0 votes counted. That's a brand new. No, I'm just kidding. Out west, Arizona is razor tight. There's only about 50% of the votes in. And Donald Trump has a slim margin, 49.96, call it 50% to 49.24%. The better states, Georgia has now been called by several media organizations, including NBC and CNN. Fox News is not yet to make that call. Pennsylvania. 80.
It just went red.
It just went.
Georgia just went red.
Brian Wilson has been watching it like a hawk. Georgia's red. Love it. Pennsylvania, it's got to be close, guys. Pennsylvania is 87.71% in, and Donald Trump has 50.84% of the vote to Kamala Harris's 48.2% of the vote. That is 3 or 2+% margin. Michigan, he remains up by 6 with 56% of the vote in. Wisconsin, 83% of the vote in. Donald Trump, 51.3 to Kamala Harris, 47.1. It looks more and more likely like Donald J. Trump will be your next president-elect of the United States of America. How about that?
Can I get an amen?
How about that? Yeah. Who would have thunk it?
Unbelievable.
Who would have thunk it?
Let me just throw this out. Michigan looking really good. Wisconsin is looking pretty good. These dominoes could fall pretty quick. If you've made the call on Georgia, and you call Pennsylvania and one other state, it's over. It may be. I have to go with my 270 map to see what happens under those scenarios. But we are very close to perhaps having this thing called.
And a landslide too, if all of these states fall in the right direction. I would encourage everyone here at the auditorium in Wilson County and everyone listening at home on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN and all of our podcast platforms and everything else. Just please call your liberal friends tomorrow and make sure they're okay. Would you do that? Would you make sure they're all right?
Just checking in on
just
you.
Just checking in. How you doing today?
How you feeling?
Y'all feel all right?
Get everything good? Okay, so if they were to call Pennsylvania right now, it would be 270 on the nose.
Yeah. Considering Alaska's going, right? And
I'm
we know
assuming that they will.
Yeah, it'd be 270 at Pennsylvania.
If you call Michigan right now, it would be 266. So you need Pennsylvania. If you go.
Hey guys, we got to go to a break.
That's right, we do. But let me just add this: Wisconsin, if you were to go there, it'd be 276. So we're very close. It is now 51 past the hour. We are wrapping it up in just a few moments and handing over to Red Eye Radio. Let me just tell you what's going on here. If Pennsylvania is called, according to most of the Electoral College maps, it will be 270 on the nose. And that's why Donald Trump is now waiting outside the watch party. It seems that he is prepared. If they call Pennsylvania right now, where with 89% of the vote in, he leads 51.2 to 47.8. Any moment now, they could call Pennsylvania, and that's it. That will be it.
Donald Trump will be the president-elect of the United States of America!
God bless this country, man. God bless it.
So that's exactly what's going on now. And again, he's looking good in Pennsylvania. He's looking good. He's looking real good in Michigan. What?
Oh, Kirby has declared it's over. So it's over. No, I'm just kidding. No, it looks really good in Pennsylvania, and I don't see it officially declared as of yet, but 89.6% of the vote in. He's at 51.24%. Harris at 47.8%. It's only a matter of moments before they declare that. And you know what? You know, they'll wait on Alaska because their polls officially don't close until 1 a.m. Eastern time in about, I don't know, several minutes.
But it's a reliably red state.
Yeah, that's going to be red. And then you could possibly see Michigan go and Wisconsin go and Nevada go. That puts them over 300 electoral votes. And that, my friends, is the definition of a landslide.
He's edging up in Arizona. And they are now starting to count votes in Nevada.
All right, here we go.
Way to go, Nevada.
They said, might as well.
Too late for us to help anybody. Might as well.
Yeah. Well, listen, we want to thank everybody who's been here tonight and all of our sponsors, U.S. Pest, Busy Bee, Glock Store, the Wellness Institute, Paul Winkler, West Tree Services, Members Nutrition, and Cover Nash for all of your support here tonight and all of our various sponsors. Thank you, our audience, for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening at home.
The entire night.
We will
so
pick
kind.
this up in the morning with Dan Mandis, who will be up at the ungodly hour. Well, he's not going to sleep tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Who am I kidding?
Mandis just put on the hat. Did you see this, Brian?
Well, you might as well.
Yeah.
He's declaring victory with that hat.
As Dandy Don used to say, turn out the lights, the party's over. It's pretty much going to happen any moment now. 1 minute final thoughts, Chris.
I cannot wait to get home and start salt mining liberal cope and seethe.
Yes.
I can't wait to play all of the tears that we're going to hear from leftists tomorrow.
Matt Murphy.
I never thought we would have known a minute before midnight on Election Day that Donald Trump is going to be our next president of the United States, but we know. God bless America and God bless the state of Tennessee. Thank all of you.
All right, Dan Mandis.
I am so proud to be an American. I cannot wait to get on the air tomorrow.
History has been written tonight. It's all over now except for an official call on the state of Pennsylvania. We hand it over to Red Eye Radio. They'll continue until 5 a.m. in the morning when Dan Mandis will wipe the sleepy from his eyes and continue on. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. We'll see you tomorrow on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.